Gang! I'm still a hard man! Let's go! Alright, how are you all doing? Let's go! Alright, I hope you're all doing very good. I hope you're all doing well today. So, this is ForgeWarHammer Reviews American Foreign Policy, Part 3. Episode 3. I am going to be doing Consolidation and the New Imperialism, 1865 to 1898. This will constitute the rest of the 19th century and will get us to the rapprochement with the United Kingdom of Great Britain and the British Empire under the Rhodes Scholarship and the Russell Foundation and the beginnings of the New World Order when the machinations of the New World Order were consolidated. And I have put in some awful news about personal matters in the chat with Sebastian and Moran. How are you doing, Sebastian and Moran? Let's see here. This is true. He, the Warhammer, will be live in 16 minutes. Yeah, I'm sorry for coming late. I was praying. The battle-hardened leader of Forge Gang is live. Yes, it's very sad. Anyways, ForgeWarHammer Reviews American Foreign Policy, Part 3. Consolidation and the New Imperialism. I hope you enjoy it. So last time, we did beginning and transition. Part 1 was beginning, 1760 to 1845. Part 2, Episode 2, was transition, when America transitioned from a loose confederation of various different sovereign states to being a solid federation under one federal government and one primary objective. We're now going to go to part 3 of this, which is the full consolidation of the American nation. Not quite an empire, but certainly a nation state, a federation or a union of states, but under one primary conformity. So, yeah, I'm going to be reviewing American Foreign Policy, Part 3, Consolidation and the New Imperialism, 1865 to 1898. I'll cap it off with the Spanish-American War of 1898.
Hello, this is your host.
So, where we last left off, or when I last had left off, I was doing the war between the states. The U.S. Civil War. And Rudyard Lynch has talked about how the war was necessary. Rudyard Lynch, History 102, or what's the name of his channel? Rudyard Lynch's channel is Forgot. Rudyard Lynch, his channel is, I can't remember this stuff. Let's see here. The What If Altthist, that's it. The What If Altthist had talked about how the American Civil War was actually very necessary to save America, and a lot of American patriots or American nationalists will consider the U.S. Civil War as a good thing because it saved the nation from falling apart and falling prey to the European powers like the Austrians, the French, the British, maybe even the Prussians and the Russians and Spanish coming in and grabbing up and re-establishing a sort of economic spheres of influence like they did in Qing Dynasty China of the same time period, or even re-establishing colonies like the southern states could have very easily have led to so much discord, so much chaos, that the western states could have easily fallen prey to Russia or to Britain, and the southern states could have fallen under occupation by the French or the Spanish or the Austrians. The European powers were really looking on about what exactly the outcome of the Civil War would be. In fact, Napoleon III Bonaparte, the Emperor of the French, had already intervened directly in Mexico, and it set up with a Habsburg prince, Maximilian, who I think was the first, the crown prince of Austria, the first in line of succession to the throne of Austria. He had installed him as the Emperor of Mexico and founded the Second Mexican Empire. The Second Mexican Empire, 1862 until 1867. I don't really know too much about the relations between Imperial Mexico and the Confederacy, but at least according to Mad Monarchist, it was pretty good relations. Napoleon III, Queen Infanta Isabella of Spain, Queen Victoria, Napoleon III, and I think even Wilhelm I of Prussia all had fairly good relations with Maximilian of Mexico. And so the Europeans were they were eyeing on. Like the French had intervened in Mexico. Mexico was in a civil war over Maximilian and the liberal president of Mexico. What was his name? Liberal Mexican president in... Okay, that's it. Benito Juarez. Benito Juarez. Yeah, that's his name. Benito Juarez was supported by Abraham Lincoln. He was like the legitimate president of Mexico, and him and the liberals were fighting a civil war with Maximilian I Habsburg and Queen Carlotte, who was a princess from Belgium. She married Maximilian, and they were trying to establish the Second Mexican Empire, and the Spanish had already retaken the Dominican Republic. Santo Domingo had declared independence from Spain. It was occupied by the Haitians a couple of times, and the Spanish had occupied Santo Domingo and a few of the other islands and stuff. Of course, the Falklands were ruled by the British, and they actually still are. The Spanish were retaking a few areas. There was actually plans of re-establishing in parts of Central and South America areas under Spanish or French control or Portuguese control. And when the Union won the Civil War under Abraham Lincoln, President Abraham Lincoln, the Union Army was like about 5 million strong. U.S. Army size, 1865. Yeah, in 1865, the U.S. Army had swollen up to about 2.2 million men had served in the Union Army. So there was at least over a million. Like, for the first time during the Civil War, the U.S. Army surpassed over 1 million men. And it was like 3.5 million men were in the Union Army at the end of the Civil War. And what that entailed is that there were far more Americans that were now conscripted than there were French and, like, Austrians in Mexico. So, like, if Andrew Johnson or Abraham Lincoln or especially Ulysses Grant wanted to, like, Grant could very easily muster these men to go into Mexico and very easily beat the French and the Austrians and chase them out. Like, the French would not stand a whiff of a chance against the Americans in this situation. So, by 1867, under pressure, especially from the Union, the United States was sending armaments and munitions and weapons to Benito Juarez and his government, I think in the Yucatan, and they were, thanks to American aid, were able to push the French out. So by 1867, the Mexican Republic had triumphed over the Second Mexican Empire, and Maximilian I was overthrown, and the Mexican Empire was dissolved, and the French also had left by then. That was also the final attempt by the French and the Austrians at establishing a vassal protectorate or any kind of direct military force or expedition into the Western Hemisphere, with the exception of Guyana and Trinidad, Tobago and Trinidad in South America, and French Guyana, and of course the Caribbean islands. No further attempt by a European power was made. Also, in 1867, Alaska was sold to the United States. The United States bought Alaska in the Alaskan Purchase for $15 million, and nobody really wanted Alaska. Just as New England opposed the annexation of Texas in 1845, because it would be a large slave-holding state in the Union, and they didn't want no more slave states to join the Union. A lot of people in the Northeast actually opposed the purchase of Alaska, because it would be a large slave-holding state in the Union. So, a lot of Yankees or a lot of people in the Northeast opposed the purchase of Alaska. But it happened anyways. Seward actually, the Secretary of State, Seward, supported the purchase of Alaska. And after some pressure, I guess the presidency caved in, Congress caved in, and so they bought Alaska. And they called it Seward's giant icebox. They would call it Secretary Seward's Folly, this giant iceberg that nobody would go to settle. And really, until World War II, the federal government really was not that interested in Alaska. It took until really the 20th century before Alaska rose to importance. But regardless, 1867, the purchase is made with the Tsar, and actually, Alexander II of Russia supported the Union. He actually sent some frigates to New York and Los Angeles in 1862 or in 1863 to keep the British and the French out of interfering in the U.S. Civil War. Because if the French or the British intervened for the Confederacy, the Russians were going to intervene for the Union. And because of that help, America basically repaid the Russian government, which had been kind of in debt from the Crimean War, by giving it $15 million, and in return they gave us Alaska. So that's the end of Russia's presence in the Americas. America and Russia have not always been on the best of terms, but in 1867, America and Russia were, and so we got Alaska that way. This is also the last time that New England or the Northeast opposed any further annexations. Because after this, the Northeast became much more incensed to annex further lands and territories. So anyways, I wanted to talk about that, just real quickly. Alright, so let's begin.
It's Todd Lewis of the Praise of Folly podcast. Tonight I'm again joined by Keith Preston for part 3 of our series on your U.S. foreign policy. Now, one of the things that's interesting, and to piggyback off of what we did in the Civil War lecture, was there was a real sea change in how the United States prosecuted wars. In the American Revolutionary War, it was sort of a guerrilla tactics coupled with the rank and file traditional European armies. We saw this like at Yorktown and Saratoga, the more traditional stand-up fights. But we saw like at Kings Mountain down in the Carolinas, more of a guerrilla-style campaign. They were sort of like going on at the same time. And beginning in the War of 1812, going up until 1860, we had sort of the predominance of Winfield Scott, who prioritized maneuver and European line of battle and musket fire to, by and large, ignoring civilian population centers as the way we should fight. And beginning in the Civil War with Grant, and then later his lackeys, Sherman and Sheridan, they sort of take advantage of their Indian fighting experiences. In fact, Sherman and his deployment against the Seminoles in the 1840s sort of draws the lesson from the conflict that we need to have this total war mentality. And this sort of is a corollary derivative of being a frontier nation.
Okay, so the main takeaway is that in 1865, America is nothing like it is now. Like, probably at least a third of the continent, maybe actually half of it, was still open frontier. It's incredible to think that even as late as 1870 or so, the United States is still a very open territory. Oh, and by the way, Ghost of Cletus, this is actually going to be your favorite part, Ghost of Cletus, because I'm actually going to be talking about the Wild West. And I think you like the Wild West a lot, and generally, the Wild West is considered to have begun after the end of the Civil War, or like about the time of the Civil War and Reconstruction, and it ends around 1900, like around the turn of the 20th century. So, shout out to Ghost of Cletus and Sebastian Moran. We're going to be talking quite a bit about the Wild West. So anyways, in terms of American foreign policy, it changes a lot. It actually changes quite a bit throughout the 19th century. In the American Revolution, we have guerrilla warfare and guerrilla tactics. and some very limited scale conventional combat with George Washington and like the Continental soldiers. The American army is very small, very irregular, and only mildly professional. The American army only begins to become more professional with the War of 1812 and onwards. But what we see at like the Battle of Saratoga and the Battle of Yorktown, we see this rank and file European style armies and muskets, and just small scale rank and file with muskets and musket volleys. And in South Carolina at the Battle of Kings Mountain, that's 1780 or so, we see guerrilla warfare. And both sides are actually Scottish. Both sides are of Scottish descent. There's Scottish loyalists and Scottish American patriots and whatnot. And they fight in these very perturbed guerrilla warfare, bushwhacking tactics. Then, with the War of 1812, we have more of a professional army, where we're fighting the British Redcoats and Lobsterbacks, and it's more of a professional European-style army. Engagements are relatively limited, muskets are used, there's a lot of cannon and volleys and muskets, and the civilian population is usually not targeted. There's usually not really an attack of the civilian population. Now, when Americans are fighting Native Americans, it's different. The women, the children, and the men are slaughtered and killed brutally and very cruelly by American settlers. It is very much a racial warfare, and it is a very tragic thing what happened to the Native Americans. But the scale is still rather small. The brutality is not of the 20th century level, and the way that Americans drive the Native Americans off their lands are very cruel. With the way that American settlers occupy tribal lands and cruelly, just basically outright Minecraft wholesale Native American populations and drive them off. It's a very horrible, savage thing. But that aside, until the Civil War, the battles are quite limited. The Civil War, and like Todd Lewis says, it's mostly dominated by the warfare style of Winfield Scott. And then, during the Civil War, you have Ulysses Grant. Ulysses Grant, with his underlings, Sherman and Sheridan, who by the end of the Civil War are promoted up to the rank of, like, Brigadier General. Ulysses Grant is actually the first Commander-in-Chief of the Army for the first time since Washington. He's actually the first 5-star general since Washington. But Sheridan and Sherman outright attack civilian populations. They burn down entire city centers, they target women and children and men, and they do wholesale slaughter of civilian population. The civilians are treated the same way and with the same contempt as military targets. And so civilian casualties are almost as high as military casualties. And they introduce the scale of total warfare. And this strategy of total warfare is going to be utilized until almost the Vietnam War, when it changes again. So with the Civil War and World War I and World War II, and even in the early initial proxies of the Cold War, we have the doctrine of total war. this becomes a staple, a basic staple of the U.S. Army, even against the Native Americans. And William Tecumseh Sherman, the guy who said that he was going to make Georgia howl, the man that said that he would make Georgia howl in 1864, even against the Native Americans, he actually cut his teeth fighting some Native Americans. He was actually fighting the Seminoles in the 1850s. And he probably got his idea or concept of fighting from fighting the Seminoles in the 1850s, just about 10 years before the Civil War. A lot of these Civil War generals had experience from fighting in the Mexican-American War, the Seminole Wars, and different Native American theaters of combat. And so the prosecution of fighting the Civil War, the American Civil War, was a lot like how the U.S. Army and the Confederate Army, too, fought in the Indian Wars. It loses its similarities to the European theater of combat and begins to reflect more a unique American brand of warfare. So, yeah.
And beginning in the Civil War with Grant, and then later his lackeys, Sherman and Sheridan, they sort of take advantage of their Indian fighting experiences. In fact, Sherman and his deployment against the Seminoles in the 1840s sort of draws the lesson from the conflict that we need to have this total war mentality. And this sort of is a corollary derivative of being a frontier nation. As Weagley points out, not Weagley, in Warfare Before Civilization, we read that with these groups, these primitive tribal groups are always aggressive. They're always using these extremely destructive and indiscriminate tactics to destroy one another. I mean, there's classic examples of this kind. For instance, the Spanish explorer Magellan was killed under false pretenses. He's invited by the natives to a feast in his honor, and they drinking, and it's an ambush, and then they kill him. And so this kind of strategy and tactics is fairly common amongst these people. And so on the frontier borders, you have settler populations that develop these kinds of fighting styles, and they use them against the British, which they think are very, in the Revolution in 1812, which they think are very unsportsmanlike. But it's never really the dominant paradigm until Grant. With Grant, that becomes the dominant paradigm of U.S. action. And with the Civil War, after the end of the Civil War, with the treatment of the Native Americans out west, we see with both Grant and Sherman in published statements that they were willing, if needed to be, to exterminate those tribes between the Missouri and the Pacific, because they would thwart the process of Western settlement. And they used the same tactics they used in the South. When Sherman said he would make Georgia howl, he tore up railroad tracks, shot livestock, burned crops. Similar tactics were pursued by Sheridan and the Shenandoah. And we see in the Great Plains, most clearly in the Red River Campaign of the 1870s, pioneered by Sherman, but also in other campaigns, the campaigns against the Sioux after the Custer disaster, where the Union would have this rinse and repeat strategy. They would attack them in the winter, capture or shoot the horses they used for mobility, destroy their saved up food stocks so they had nothing to eat during the winter, and couple that with the systematic extermination of the buffalo, and you wage this total war of economic aggression, where you destroy the very livelihood of a population. And while it might have been originated during the Civil War, the strategy was perfected in the Indian Wars. And I think that's sort of where we need to begin when we talk about this American way of war.
Okay, so from the time that I guess Jamestown and maybe even the very first European colonies and settlements until the closing of the frontier very late in the 19th, early 20th century, America is an open land grab frontier nation. And the whites, or the white peoples, they're very much eager to get land, okay? The white people of the United States are very eager to get land. And people like Alistair Mycroft, will bitch and moan and besmirch me about, like, things about the Civil War. But the reality is that Americans were acting just every bit as cruelly in their treatment of Native American populations. So what's up with that? You know, what's up with that stuff there? So anyways, America is still a frontier nation. It's actually still relatively a frontier nation even into the 20th century. America only begins to urbanize until relatively later, at least in the western states. And what you see going on is the development of a very unique American way of waging war. And it's actually the foundations of how the Americans will wage war against the Germans and the Japanese in the two world wars. You're going to see very similar things play out like in the Civil War. But Native Americans, Todd Lewis is basically talking about how prehistoric populations waged warfare and how basically they fought wars to literally exterminate and sometimes cannibalize each other. And different Native American tribes would do this, and I'm sorry, but this is just the truth. I mean, Europeans were no different in the Chalcolithic era, but, you know, he was talking a bit about the Spanish conquistador Magellan, who was savagely beaten and just put to, you know, Minecrafted, assaulted, and even eaten. Like his carcass was eaten by the, you know, I gotta be careful and keep it PC. But anyways, the Americans, with their fights with Native American tribes, adopted these tactics. The pioneers adopted these tactics, and they used them in the American Revolution of 1775 to 1783 with the British. The British and the Hessians said it was unsportsmanlike to do, but the Americans did it anyways. And as the Americans spread westward across the continent to the Pacific, and engaged in more Indian wars, they further learned and cut their teeth with these different fights with these different Indian tribes. And then the Union generals and Confederate generals as well, Stonewall Jackson in the Battle of the Wilderness, Sheridan in the Valley of the Shenandoah, where he destroyed all the crops, burned down all the crops, killed all the livestock, raided, looted, attacked civilian targets and military targets as well, completely burned down and destroyed the Shenandoah Valley, which was wrecked for decades afterwards. And Sherman, who said that he was going to make Georgia howl in his march to the sea, the march to Atlanta, with a complete and total war strategy that they got from fighting the Native Americans. Sherman later used these tactics in the Red River Campaign. I think the Red River is between Texas and Oklahoma. I'm not for sure. So, with the conclusion of the Civil War, we have a reversion back to the Trans-Mississippi Theater. Well, actually, this was a Civil War campaign. This happened in Louisiana. So, actually, the Red River campaign happened in Louisiana. So, this is actually a Civil War campaign. So, yeah, the Union would go about and absolutely destroy, 100% break, destroy, and desecrate everything that they could It was a total war. They tore up railroad tracks, and the last time that we talked about this, I mentioned how the South was an Agian regime society, a pre-capitalist society that was more associated with being a very hierarchical, stratified society, a very aristocratic or gentrified society that was actually closer to something akin to the Ajian regime, or Ajan regime, fighting against a North that was industrialized, mercantilistic, industrial, dynamic, surging population with Germans and Irish filling up the population, and the German 48ers, German revolutionaries, and sort of early proto-socialists from the 48 Revolution filled up the ranks of the Union Army with some Appalachian, Scotch-Irish loyalists from northern Appalachia, and the freed black men who joined as soldiers. The blacks who had run or escaped from slavery, runaway former slave refugees who had filled up the ranks of the Union and began fighting in this social revolution against this very archaic, pre-capitalistic, kind of almost feudal Ajian regime in the South, to overthrow it in a social revolution which could only happen with the complete dismantlement of the planter system. But by doing that, in this total war, it changed the fabric of America forever, and it also finally ended the legacy of the British colonial period. The British colonial influence was finally gotten rid of, and instead of a government of 13 almost different countries, instead of a government or a loose government of 13 different states that had come together and founded a constitutional federation republic, which then evolved into 3 sections, North, South, and West, and finally just 1 section at the end of the Civil War, that being the North, the banking, industrial, bourgeoisie, Brahmin system of the North finally having triumphed, they started pushing westwards. And the same type of stuff that was done in the Red River Campaign, or the March through the Shenandoah Valley, this stuff is used against the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, the Cheyenne, the Blackfoot Indian tribes, the Comanche, the Apache, and just an entire host of Native American tribes, from Missouri and Michigan all the way to Oregon, Washington, California, and Alaska. A complete, just visceral and racist warfare that was done against these tribes. Also, at the same time, I want to point out that while the slaveholding system was gone, little in terms of material conditions really changed for African Americans. And once the Reconstruction governments were overturned in the South, Jim Crow laws, or various Jim Crow segregation laws, were put into place by the Democrats, the Southern Democrats. And the solid Jim Crow South, under the Bourbon Restoration, or whatever you want to call it, the Bourbon Restoration, basically created the solid South. And it was completely and entirely run by the Democrat Party. And also, blacks did not really get the right to vote. It was in the Constitution, but they were denied it through literacy tests, oath tests, poll tax, and all of that. So, and also sharecropping was dominant or predominant in the South and West. So anyways, we have these various wars with the Native Americans.
Extermination of the buffalo. And you wage this total war of economic... and we see in the Great Plains, most clearly in the Red River Campaign of the 1870s, pioneered by Sherman, but also in other campaigns, the same tactics they used in the South. When Sherman said he would make Georgia howl, he tore up railroad tracks, shot livestock, burned crops. Similar tactics were pursued by Sheridan in the Shenandoah. And we see in the Great Plains, most clearly in the Red River Campaign of the 1870s, pioneered by Sherman, but also in other campaigns, the campaigns against the Sioux after the Custer disaster, where the Union would have this rinse and repeat strategy. They would attack them in the winter, capture or shoot the horses they used for mobility, destroy their saved up food stocks so they had nothing to eat during the winter, and couple that with the systematic extermination of the buffalo, and you wage this total war of economic aggression, where you destroy the very livelihood of a population. And while it might have been originated during the Civil War, the strategy was perfected in the Indian Wars. And I think that's sort of where we need to begin when we talk about this American way of war and how American foreign policy will flesh out over the next 150 years. So what are your thoughts on that?
So yeah, the American army would actually go in like these hit and run raids or tactics. They would attack like the Sioux in the winter time and destroy all of their food stocks and food supplies, and basically wage like aggressive guerrilla war tactics. And the Plains Indians, their way of life was around the buffalo. The buffalo were their livelihood, and in 1866 or 67, there was almost 300 million buffalo in North America. And by 1886, there was only a few dozen left. So the buffalo herds are wiped out. One of the processes of the colonization of the West overall is the liquidation of the buffalo, and really just almost a complete change of flora and fauna, and flora, and it had a very tremendous effect on these different Plains Indian tribes, to where their entire livelihood and their way of sustenance is completely gone. Their numbers dwindle because they starve. Their numbers dwindle and they fall apart, and at the end of the day, they're forced to go on reservations, and they barely make it by. Compared to the nomadic way of life that they had possessed beforehand, they're much worse off. Like, some tribes are almost completely exterminated and outright destroyed, and whatever few of them survive go to reservations. And they have almost no land or food or livestock, and they're just pretty much really caught up in this very aggressive thing, where the U.S. would in the Red River Campaign, or in the battle with the Sioux. The Battle of the Little Bighorn is a big one, but I mentioned George Armstrong Custer last time. He's actually ambushed by the Sioux in the Little Bighorn, and his army is completely wiped out. There are very few survivors. And the Battle of the Little Bighorn, 1876, really on the centenary of the American Revolution, actually, The Americans learn a big lesson with fighting these very tough and very hostile Plains Indian tribes. And it actually takes some time for the U.S. Army to adapt and to really amplify its ability for fighting the Indians. So what the Americans would do, or what the settlers would do, is instead of fighting them directly, attacking them directly, they would go on these hit-and-run missions and destroy their entire livestock, destroy the buffalo and the crops and their way of life, and just basically very viciously starve them and just kind of drive them into like almost a stockade until, and also then the government would go in, buy up all the land, turn it into federal controlled land. And even to this day, like 60% of Nevada is federally owned land. Like over half of the state of Nevada's entire land is owned by the federal government. Like most of the lands in the western states are still federally owned. And then they would sell out these plots to railroad companies, to settlers, maybe homesteaders. Like they would homestead the land to potential homesteaders, to railroad companies, to the telegraph, and so on, to build up towns and villages out in the west. So that was kind of some of how that was done.
Where we need to begin when we talk about this horses they use for mobility, destroy their saved up food stocks so they had nothing to eat during the winter, and couple that with the systematic extermination of the buffalo, and you wage this total war of economic.
So yeah, when it came to fighting the Plains Indians, the horse and the buffalo was their basic way of life. Shoot up all the horses, destroy the buffalo. Basically, the North American buffalo was driven into near extinction. And destroy their foodstuffs in the winter. So attack in the winter, where they can't really move around, and just basically destroy the Plains Native Americans' way of life.
Against the Sioux after the Custer disaster, where the Union would have this rinse and repeat strategy. They would attack them in the winter, capture or shoot the horses they use for mobility. So what are your thoughts on that?
All right, so yeah, that's just only a minute detail of what was done all the way from the Mississippi River, kind of from Oklahoma and Missouri up into Montana, all the way out to the Pacific coast. It's tragic in its own way, but I mean, this is how the United States came to be. Like, this is the story of what America is. It's the story of the United States. And how, this became how this country became what it is. There are probably thousands of Americans who live in suburbs where, like, some Native American tribe used to probably hunt buffalo or something.
Well, it's important to consider, I think, that the Civil War was something of a dress rehearsal for some of the later wars that the United States involved itself in. The kind of scorched earth policies that Sherman and Sheridan and some of the other Union generals pursued during the Civil War were exactly, in the South, such as the burning of Atlanta and things like that, were exactly the same tactics that were later used in a lot of other places. The first place the Union Army went after the South had surrendered was out west, where they went about exterminating some of the native peoples in the Western Plains. So the defeat of the South in the Civil War was really just a stage in the expansion of the American empire. We had the Revolution back in the late 18th century that created the separatist republic from England. And then along the way, there was just always this ongoing effort towards westward expansion with the Louisiana Purchase, with the Trail of Tears, with the Civil War, with the Confederacy, and then on into the further westward expansion. So this was a very consistent trajectory that the entirety of American history represents. One thing, though, that I think also needs to be considered is the hypocrisy that was exhibited by the subsequent presidential administrations after the Civil War. The Civil War had been justified in the name of liberating the slaves and things of that nature. In fact, you even have the songs that were written during the Civil War, like the Battle Hymn of the Republic, that essentially glorify the war as this divinely inspired effort to liberate mankind from the chains of the old order and things like that. But then once this war had been won, the next focus of the American government was essentially committing genocide against the native peoples. The one thing that I think also has to be considered is the way that people, elites in the Western world, came to see the issue of race during the 19th century. There was actually a really interesting documentary on the BBC that was done about this about 10 years ago. It was about the history of race relations in the modern Western world. But in the 19th century, there was something of a shift in the way that Western elites, and including American elites, saw the issue of race. Previously, there had been something of a liberalization process going on in the 18th century, leading up to the abolition movement being developed, where previously it had been viewed that slavery, for example, was a natural but unfortunate condition. It was just something that happens, and it was also viewed that people that were considered primitive or the indigenous ethnic groups in the colonies were considered people who could potentially be civilized at some point, or Christianized, or could be somehow brought into civilization. There was this idea that was developed where there was this hierarchy of races, in the sense that you had the most evolved people or the most developed people. This is somewhat separate from the whole argument about evolutionary biology and all of that. But there was this idea that you had the more civilized people, the Europeans, and that the Asians were second in their terms of their level of civilization, and then the Africans third, and then the indigenous people of the Western Hemisphere and Australia last. In fact, there were even biologists in this time period who would create these classifications of racial and ethnic groups, where they would actually have 6 or 7 different racial and ethnic groups, but they would actually include chimpanzees or apes in this category of ethnic groups. Like, they actually believed that there was there were the Europeans, there were the Asians, there were the Africans. Some of them put the Australians in what they considered to be a less developed category from the native peoples of the Western Hemisphere, the Australian Aborigines. But in this chain of being, they actually had gorillas and chimpanzees and all of that as well. Which is interesting to consider how people, a few centuries ago, viewed biology. But in the 19th century, the ideas about race among Western elites started to harden a bit. The idea came to be that people outside the West were not capable of being civilized. And more increasingly, the idea that came about that perhaps they were just in the way and needed to die out, in the sense that it was believed that the European peoples were the more evolved people, and perhaps the other groups needed to either die out or be exterminated. And this kind of thinking started to influence policy. It started to influence a lot of the thinking about the native people in different parts of the world, in North America, in Africa, in Australasia. And you actually see that represented in some of the comments of American leaders during this time period, and leaders in other countries too. For example, there's one quote from Teddy Roosevelt where he says, "Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say the only good Indian is a dead Indian. I think maybe, 9 out of 10 dead Indians, or no, what is it? It was he said he wouldn't go so far as to say that the only good Indian is a dead Indian, but 9 out of 10 times that's probably true, or something like that. Something along those lines. Essentially defending genocide of the indigenous people in North America. So there was a shift, I think, in the way of thinking that developed during this time. In the 18th century, early 19th century, there had been a kind of liberalization of ideas about race, and I mean not in the modern sense, but in the sense that, well, perhaps while slaves may be inferior people, they should at least have rights. Or indigenous people, in the colonies, maybe we can civilize them at some point. But there was a shift away from that during this same time period, in this mid to late 19th century.
Yeah. One aspect of the Western expansion, we can look at it in a wider context. Certain Confederate nationalists, like Michael Cushman, argue that the North and the South are really ultimately two different cultures, two different...
All right, so what's going on is there is a shift in thinking in the 19th century, and what's happening is that science is becoming increasingly important. Now, science does not have the paramount influence like it later does in the 20th century and today, but science from the 18th century onwards certainly was very important. So, the United States of America, the American nation, it began as a set of colonies. And initially the British, because it was the British who in fact started the 13 colonies, together with the Dutch and the Swedes and the French and Spanish, but chiefly the English, they set up the colonies, and the American Revolution was a rebellion against the old Asian regime, or what was considered the ancient regime, or the old European regime of the old world. And the American Revolution was to create a republic that could pursue the destinies of liberty and bring within the bosom of humanity the call to freedom and the call to this messianic destiny in the Calvinistic sense of the word and the Enlightenment. And under this pretext of creating an empire of liberty, and probably also to drive the papists out of the New World and create this Protestant republic, America pursued a policy of displacement of the American Aboriginals through the Battle of the Fallen Timbers, the Trail of Tears, and then through the Civil War, where the United States, and, with the Union songs like the Battle Hymn of the Republic, where it said that they were toppling the relics of the old world and laying out the vintage with a terrible swift sword, a terrible vengeance with a terrible swift sword. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the calling of the Lord, has he trampled down, etc., etc. The vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. That's about as well as I can remember the Battle Hymn of the Republic. But basically, it's this extremely extreme and very robust almost religious, fervent call to break the shackles of enslavement and free one's fellow man from the bondage of tyranny. Again, it's very much taken out of the Enlightenment. The Puritans would talk a lot about these Bible verses. How in the Bible, the King James Bible or the Geneva Bible, whichever one the Puritans used, they would cite how in salvation God had freed man from sin. Through salvation in Christ, man had been redeemed. Redeemed through the blood of Christ and the salvation of Christ to freedom. Freedom from sin and freedom from want. And then during the Civil War, the Union Army utilized this to talk about freeing the slaves, the chattel slaves of the South, freeing them from the tyranny of an old regime, an evil, wicked, vile order, and create this new world, a brand new world, and give to the nation a new birth of freedom. And so these are some of the ideas of what really motivated and guided this Second American Revolution and this sort of second founding of the nation in its rebirth. A lot of European observers and commentators really doubted that democracy, at least in the style that the Americans practiced it, even the British did not think that a democratic republic could actually survive half free and half slave, much less survive such a brutal and terrible war, but that's exactly what happened. And to the scoff of some British aristocrats and some European bureaucrats, that's exactly what happened. The American nation and American democracy persevered in the war for the Union. So with that being said and done, the tactics of total war and the campaigns of total war were carried on with visceral wrath upon the Native Americans, who were seen as backwards, barbarous, archaic, and just basically incapable of really understanding the true sophistication of democracy and Christianity and the gifts that the white man had bestowed upon them with the Enlightenment and the Reformation and all of that stuff. And understand that I'm just telling you what the history says. This is the history. This is more so kind of the mid-19th century versus later in the 19th century, and I'll get to that in a moment. So basically, in the 18th and early 19th, and even the mid-19th centuries, there was this very Enlightenment kind of classical liberal viewpoint to where there was some empathy. There was a bit of empathy for non-Europeans. There was a very loose empathy for them. Not sympathy as such, but sort of an empathetic attitude of trying to bring civilization and Christianity and the principles of the Enlightenment and the American Revolution to the Native Americans and to the African Americans and to other Aboriginal indigenous populations, to where they did want to pursue the abolishment of slavery. And there was a lot of empathy on the part of the abolitionists of New England and the North for this end. But very gradually, as the 19th century continued, this began to change. Instead, race realism became much more prevalent. And there is this thing called scientific racism, Charles Darwin, this is interesting, but in 1859, Charles Darwin published his The Origin of the Species. And then later in 1871, there was The Ascent of Man. And what this did is it's interesting because Northern abolitionists actually cited Darwin's works to try to push the idea that since all humans evolved from the same origins, all humans were biologically the same. And abolitionists tried to use this to say that there is no such thing as race, and therefore the slaves needed to be freed because they are our fellow man. But later on in the 1800s and early 1900s, this became completely inverted. The Americans and the Europeans instead used Darwinian evolution and social Darwinism to actually say that yes, race does exist. There is a hierarchy of different stocks and breeds of man. And so Europeans were classified on top because the Europeans were the most dynamic and the most industrial and successful race. So Europeans were on the top of the category of civilization and genetics and biology. And then Asians were below them. Below them were the Africans or the Arabs, and below them were all of the other races, like the Native Americans. Sometimes the Native Americans would be at the bottom, sometimes Australian Aboriginals would be at the bottom, or Seminole, or Samoans, Australian Aboriginals, the Maori, Polynesians, and just all these different tribes, different peoples, because there is a lot of advancements in the field of human anthropology and studies in culture and stuff that was breaking through as Europeans were going around the corners of the world. The British Empire was expanding very rapidly, and eventually the other Europeans and the Americans as well, and later the Japanese caught up with the British and started to go into Africa and expand and set up colonies and protectorates. And really just the scramble for Africa and the division of Africa that the Americans, other than founding Liberia, never really got involved in. But during the high noon of imperialism in the 1880s, these kind of theories were just very common. But there was a complete change in the view of race, away from an Enlightenment and Christian missionary view, a kind of missionary and civilizing abolitionist viewpoint, away from that to one of more of there is a hierarchy of different races. And there was even classifications of different races in which apes, orangutans, gorillas, chimpanzees were classified in, with Australian Aboriginals and Samoans and Melanesians and Africans. It was just that's how it was. And I'm going to say that I don't agree with this. I think it was racist and evil and horrible, but that was the predominant thinking of the 19th century, or at least the late 19th century. Another thing too, this also helped in the rapprochement between the United States and Great Britain, was the rise of Anglo-Israelism, or the rise of British Israelism. Beginning in the 1840s, these kind of books called Our Israelite Origins were published. And what was going on with that was that some new groundbreaking discoveries were being made. The Rosetta Stone was translated. People were discovering old Syrian and Mesopotamian tablets and some older biblical tablets, and because of that, there was actually a renewed interest in Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek, and the Codex Sinaiticus was discovered, and so what ended up happening because of this was there was a renewed interest in the Bible, and this fell in line with the Second Great Awakening and sort of a rekindled interest in religion after the extreme humanizing effects of the Enlightenment started to wither away. There was this renewed interest in mythology, the Iliad, and the Bible. And what ended up happening was that this ideology called British Israelism came about. And there is this belief that the British, the Saxons, the Celts, the Germans, and the Scandinavians, and the Celts were descendants of the lost tribes of Israel. And a lot of people in British high society, or some people in British high society and influential Americans ended up believing this. Or at least to a degree, they started believing in this stuff. And because of this, especially with the Jehovah's Witnesses, they started to pursue the idea of a return to Zion. The Mormons, the Jehovah's Witnesses, and Seventh-day Adventists, the Millerites, and a bunch of groups began advocating for Protestants, Anglo-American Protestants going to the Holy Land, going to Palestine. And the Jehovah's Witnesses were big pushers of this idea of America or Great Britain going and taking Palestine from the Ottomans and taking Anglo-Protestants and settling it in the covenantal lands of Palestine. The Balfour Declaration of 1917 would be the linchpin for this. And the Jehovah's Witnesses were big pushers of the Balfour Declaration. So I wanted to mention that this complete change, complete turnaround about the idea and the belief of race, and this kind of hardening of the lines of racial doctrine and its use in the justification for colonialism, for the British Empire, and for American manifest destiny, and kind of this Jeffersonianism.
Of rights or indigenous people, in the colonies, maybe we can civilize them at some point. But there was a shift away from that during this same time period, in this mid to late 19th century.
Yeah. One aspect of the westward expansion, we can look at it in a wider context. Certain Confederate nationalists like Michael Cushman argue that the North and the South are really ultimately two different cultures, two different societies, and they'll talk about the mistake of joining the Yankees in the Revolution. And I think when we could look at the broader expansion of the United States from 1783 till the present day is really the attempt at Yankeedom to conquer vast tracts of territory. In the beginning, they were sort of wed, quote unquote, to the South. And they worked together as two sort of horses hitched to the same harness for a period of time. But eventually, for whatever reason, both sides thought that they could no longer work together, so the South wanted to leave and the North wanted to prevent that. And so we could see that beginning with the wars against the Indians in the 1780s after the American independence, through the wars with Mexico and the conquest of the South and the conquest of the Plains Indians, one long generic arc that is a derivative of the New England Yankee establishment seeking to superimpose its will upon North America, and which would, of course, put the Mexicans and the Confederates and the Native Americans all more or less in that same category of victims or at least opponents to this Yankee imperialism that we see going from the American Revolution up till the present day. The other problem with the Indian relations is interesting. Weagley points out in his American Way of War that the demographic preponderance of the white man was so massive that there was really no chance the indigenous population could survive in any meaningful way, because the greater population, due to both immigration and also higher fertility, probably due to better medicine and also European civilization typically discouraged infanticide and things like that, which were not necessarily discouraged in certain indigenous tribes. And the other problem is a radically different notion of property. The Western concept of property, especially in the United States, was one of very Lockean. You mix your labor with land, and then you own it, and you can possess it, and you can acquire more and more, basically as much property as you can protect, and it's yours. Whereas the native population viewed property very differently. They viewed it as not quite a commons, because certainly if one tribe hunted on your land, you'd fight them off. But within the tribal group, property was held more communally, and also they tend to be nomadic, especially on the plains. So they had a range rather than a fixed abode, like we would see out east with the cities in Boston and Washington and places like that. And so they had a very different concept of ownership and of property. And when you have two populations coming into contact, and they have such radically different outlooks on property, it's inevitable that some conflict is going to arise. And the side that's going to win is going to be the side that can better marshal its material resources in order to take those to battle. The other thing is the Native American tribes, they viewed war in some sense more as a sport than the Europeans did. They would, there was a practice called counting coup, where a brave would seek to physically lay hands on another brave and then run away, showing that he could brave the danger of being killed and then get away. And so they tended to lack a certain level of decisiveness in the conflicts. They would have an opportunity to, especially after, say, the defeat of Custer, they could have pursued the U.S. detachments and defeated them in detail, but that wasn't a part of their way of thinking. And I think more than anything, even if you remove the element of aggressive westward Yankee expansion, you still have these two radically different societies living in close proximity to one another, which is inevitably and unfortunately going to lead to violence and conflict. And some ways you can do it better than others. Canada certainly did it better in dealing with the Native American tribes than the United States did. But I don't really see how this kind of conflict post-Civil War could have been avoided. Both sides made provocative attempts at various stages along this 30-year period, in large part due to, again, the inability to communicate, right? If you cannot communicate with somebody else and you need to solve a problem, well, you're likely going to resort to violence first, because it's the only thing you can do, because you can't reason or talk to them or reach some sort of mutual understanding. And I think all of these factors, even without the aggressive U.S. imperialism, would have still led to some sort of conflict, though the shape that it took, the contours that it took, were the result of this westward Yankee expansionism.
Yeah, well, I think that the point you raise about different views about what property is important, because it's true that the native peoples of North America had a much different conception of property, an idea of property that was more communal in many ways. And that's true of indigenous peoples generally. For example, in the traditional African societies, most of those had no concept of ownership of land. They would actually measure personal wealth.
I'll be right back. We're continuing with the Plains Indian Wars. All right. Anyways, so we have the doctrines on the one hand of the curse of Ham, Mormonism, British Israelism or British Israelitism, later known as Christian identity, and the curse of Ham, and European views about the Bible and the disbursement of nations. On the other hand, we have Darwinian scientific racism, later known as race realism, and the dynamics of that taking shape very gradually and slowly over time, and kind of becoming sort of the paramount scientific point of view in by the beginning of the 20th century. So, one of the things in regards to the Indian Wars is the differences about the proportion of ownership of property, and just the way of looking at land and property overall. So, Todd Lewis talked about Michael Cushman, and the way that Cushman said that the South should not have fought with the Yankees or joined with the Yankees in the American Revolution and all that stuff, but I don't have time to go into that. And I kind of wish that had been brought up during the Civil War stream. I would have talked about it in that circumstance, but we don't have the time to go through that. But basically, the Yankee military system or Yankee military machine was birthed in the American Revolution, and it continued on with fighting the British, or fighting a war with the British. Then it evolved into a more pronounced military machine with how it fought Native Americans in the Northeast and the Midwest, and the Trans-Mississippi. And then it evolved further with the Mexican War, and then basically the defeat and occupation of the South in the Civil War, and that it branched out into the western states. And with the closing of the frontier, the process that began with the Puritans was basically complete. And I would say that this Yankee way of doing things was finally complete when the Federal Reserve was established. And then finally, the Yankees joined with the British. They joined lock, stock, and barrel with the Brits in defeating and crushing the Germans. And once the Germans are defeated and crushed at the end of World War II, you have what effectively is a very quickly declining and very absolutely just worn out Britain. Britain and its empire fall apart and goes into decline, and the Americans take over with their war, their counter-insurgent war with the communists and the Soviets, and that effectively is how the Pax Americana is established. Now, we're not quite yet at the American Empire, but anyways, Todd was talking about property acquisition and how the white settlers, the American whites, basically viewed the difference of property with the Native Americans. For the whites, they viewed property with like the Lockean principle and like the ownership of land, the commons, the kind of the medieval commons, and which was actually ended with the Enclosure Acts in the 17th century in England with the Enclosure Acts. But basically the white American settlers had notions about social contract and property, and this is all true throughout Western civilization, where property is held in the commons, individuals buy out private lots. This is demonstrated by the Homestead Act. The ownership, and just basically the inviolability of property ownership, and the importance of private property, and the importance of so-called civilized warfare, or just this the white man's way of waging warfare, whereas the Native Americans did not believe this. The Native Americans did not believe in the commons, did not believe in private property, and especially with nomadic tribes, like, they're nomadic. They move around from place to place. You know, they believe that nature, everything is owned collectively because everything belongs to nature. A lot of Native American tribes believe in the Great Spirit. This thing called the Great Spirit, or the collective spirit of the ancestors, where the shamans would talk about giving back to nature. Native Americans will talk about giving back to Mother Nature, or to Mother Sky and Father Earth and all these other concepts. And they would basically just grange. Native Americans didn't really have the concepts of owning land or land acreage or none of it. For them, they just naturally moved around according to the seasons and the weather, and they had a completely radically different perspective of property. And this is one of the big reasons, together with religion, with race, with several factors that just led to conflict and to war, to genocide and just sacrilege, and just these horrible features and stuff that the settlers did when they displaced the Native Americans. So, in a very bizarre and weird sense, the Mexicans, the Confederates, or the Southerners, and the Native Americans all share in this shared experience of defeat and pessimism by the Yankees. The Yankees defeated the Mexicans, they defeated the Confederates, and then they defeated the Native Americans. And all these people share in the very same disparity of basically having the Northeast Yankee establishment take away their lands and rights, displace them, and basically just take their lands and the rights to their land, and just basically build, or kind of in the name of progress and the betterment of civilization in the Victorian sense of it, to basically create this Puritan blueprint. Like the Yankees are following a puritanical blueprint of building a better society. A city upon a hill, as one Puritan had said, or one Puritan would have said. And you take this and you combine it with disparities of how property is viewed by colonizers and aboriginals, as well as the notion of the new doctrines of race and racial hierarchies. And you get to Teddy Roosevelt's time. President Teddy Roosevelt said, the only good Indian is a dead Indian. And like Teddy Roosevelt was a real believer of that. He did really believe that, and he did really consider that to be factual. And, I don't mean to be offensive in any way, I'm just telling the history. This was the historical viewpoint in circa 1900 or 1890, and most people believe this, and this is just how Western civilization came to be. So, a very big disparity in the ownership of property, or what is considered property, is very crucial when it comes to understanding the different Native American wars.
Mutual understanding. And I think all of these factors, even without the aggressive U.S. imperialism, would have still led to some sort of conflict. Though the shape that it took, the contours that it took, were the result of this westward Yankee expansionism.
Yeah, so early in the 19th century, it was a collected southern and northern westward expansion. From Bleeding Kansas, and certainly from the Civil War onwards, it is just it is solely a Yankee endeavor. It is a Yankee military expansionism that seeks to exterminate and deprive Native Americans of their land rights, and really just their right to be seen as human entirely. Something that Alistair Mycroft to this very day would deny. Because Alistair Mycroft despises Native American peoples.
Yeah, well, I think that the point you raise about different views about what property is important, because it's true that the native peoples of North America had a much different conception of property, an idea of property that was more communal in many ways. And that's true of indigenous peoples generally. For example, in the traditional African societies, most of those had no concept of ownership of land. They would actually measure personal wealth in terms of slave ownership. But the idea of ownership of land in those cultures would have been considered really bizarre, unusual. So I think that really did feed into the expansionist process a bit on the part of the Americans, in the sense that they looked at it like, well, nobody owns this territory; it's right for the taking. And now combine that with this idea of racial superiority and political and cultural superiority. And certainly, it's understandable how this kind of system of conquest and extermination developed. But I think you're right that even without that, there still would have been a conflict, just because these societies were so different. It may not have been it may not have escalated to the point that it did, or have the number of casualties that it had. But because the understanding of everything from territory to custom to culture and everything else was so radically different, it seems like there always would have been something of a conflict between the native peoples and the Americans. Even if let's say that the westward expansion had not been as successful as it was, or as aggressive as it was, and the America and the native nations had survived in some form and were still there today on a larger scale, I suspect it would have probably have ended up being a situation in North America, kind of like what goes on with the Jews and the Arabs in the Middle East, or the sectarian rivalries that we've seen in other parts of the world, in the sense that you'd have ethnic groups with radically different views of culture and economics and rival territorial claims and all kinds of other things that inevitably lead to unresolvable conflicts.
Yeah, and as looking at it from the modern day period, also the way the westward expansion is told and who tells it is very important as well. Say between 1900 and 1960, both in print and in cinema, the westward expansion was seen more in terms of the European individuals conquering a virgin, untapped wilderness, which with sparsely populated native populations. And so it's more man conquering nature. That's sort of the image that's being expressed by the historical community of the immediate community. And then we see, beginning in the 60s and 70s, a switch where now the conquest of nature is less in the forefront in the conquest of the indigenous population.
So, yeah, so has already alluded to from the beginning, Canada did sort of treat its native populations better. That isn't to say that no white Canadian never did anything bad to a native. That's obviously untrue, but I haven't really looked much into this, I will say. But apparently Canada did more fairer and equal treatments with their native peoples than the United States did. I don't even know in the case of Australia, or like South Africa, or some of these other kind of colonizing nations or pioneer nations that also existed around the same time. But anyways, it was just basically very tribalistic and savage and brutal fighting warfare. And sometimes the pioneers would literally act just as savage as the Native Americans would. Like, both sides would act very much out of reprisal and just out of gut instinct. But whites had a fertility advantage, partly because for 1,500 years, 1,600 years, Western civilization had outlawed infanticide. The Greeks and later the Church outlawed infanticide because the Church opposed abortion, and it had a big influence on Western civilization, at least at that time, prior to the legalization of abortion again. And the Native Americans would just dispose of their babies. And so their fertility remained relatively low, which is typical for some nomadic groups. And so by the late 19th century, even in the western states, where the indigenous peoples were originally overwhelmingly the majority, the white settlers started to outnumber them by like 50 to 1, 500 to 1 sometimes. And the Native Americans were at a very big disadvantage. So, you have two strikingly different civilizations in North America. Very disparaging and very different views of the world. Right down to the spiritual, right down to views about the supernatural, about spirits and things, and the gods and things, and all of that. So the Native Americans were very very radically different from what the European settlers would have believed, which is in one monotheistic God, Christianity, and all of that stuff. And so there is massive disparities in property rights and stuff. And this was also displayed in African and some Asian and Pacific Islander cultures, as well as Native American cultures. A lot of these archaic, ancient cultures numbered the value of ownership in the number of slaves that were owned, as opposed to, say, property rights. Private property and property acquisition rights is very uniquely a Western European phenomena. it's a uniquely Western European phenomena. It was born out of the Middle Ages. Then it was gradually codified and put into play through the early modern era. And so notions of unique and important property rights, Christianity, classical liberal viewpoints, combined with beliefs about the understanding of race, beliefs about racial and cultural superiority, beliefs in biological superiority, and just overall in terms of cultural and social notions of superiority on the part of the settlers, because while the Native Americans certainly saw the settlers as very different and sometimes found them to be a bit found them to resent them, found them like resentful and stuff, resented the settlers and just found them to be different. The Native Americans never had a superiority complex when it came to the Europeans, which was very different because the Europeans just found themselves to be, just by their very looks, superior to the Native Americans and just overall better and deserving to have the best land and such.
Nature, that's sort of the image that's being expressed.
It lead to unresolvable conflicts, Arabs in the Middle East, or the sectarian between the native peoples and the Americans. Even if let's say that the Western expansion had not been as successful as it was or as aggressive as it was, and the America and the native that it did, or have the number of casualties that it had, but because the understanding of everything from territory to custom to culture to and everything else was so radically.
Yeah, so I had talked about like the differences of culture, differences of government, and the idea of government between the British and the colonial Americans, and between the North and the South, the Yankees and the Southerns, or the Confederates. But compared to that, that is just minute. Those are just really insignificant compared to the contrasting differences between the westward colonizers and the Native Americans. Language, religion, customs, notions and pretentious beliefs about human caste, value in property, and just everything to the very expression was radically contrasted. And so it was going to be impossible for there to not be the Native American Wars. Especially with the Europeans crossing the Atlantic after 1492 and settling in the Americas. Of course, there was going to be war and conflict and genocide and all sorts of atrocities committed. It was an irreconcilable affair. And even the very well-to-do, or so-called well-to-do, high-minded Yankees, even they couldn't get around when it came to trying to avoid just outright slaughtering Native Americans. Even they were taken in by the times. And it was just seen as normal. And so, some of the most gruesome, brutal, and just absolute blood-stained episodes of the history of America happen out west. It happened in these peripheral, semi-civilized and little settled areas and regions they were very gradually cleared out and settled by the pioneers once the native tribes were displaced. And the Native American wars were very aggressive and very brutal. And even if the Indian Wars or the westward expansion hadn't have happened in the way that it did, let's imagine that some of these Western Native American tribes were still free. Let's just say hypothetically that some of these tribes were still independent. It would be, Keith Preston compares it to the situation in Israel between the Palestinians and the Israelis, and how they're constantly at war, constantly striving against one another. One considers themselves to be indigenous. The other considers the land to be providentially, through providence and through a special messianic role in the world, to be theirs because it was given to them by God. Well, both of them believe that God entitled them to own the land. And it was the same thing with the colonist. It was a lot of the process and stuff between Palestinians and Israelis, or Muslims and Jews, is the same thing with American colonists and Native Americans, or First Nations peoples. It would just be completely constant war. Every other year there would be like an incident, an attack, or an incendiary thing. So it was going to be very brutal, and it was just going to be this way no matter how much, we would think of it otherwise. The United States and South Africa have a pretty common type of history. The British would go in and fight wars with the Boers and with these different African tribes like the Zulus. And the Yankees would go in and fight the South, the Southerners, and like the Sioux, the Arapaho, the Cheyenne, and stuff. And like the Cheyenne were like the Zulus. The Boers were like the Confederates, or the Southerners, and the British could be compared to the Yankees. And this is also one of the reasons why the United States had racial segregation laws for the longest period of time, was because of this pioneer heritage. So the pioneer stuff is not what it seems. It's very brutal, and it's very savage, and even in Great Britain, the Celts were displaced. The Welsh were displaced by the Anglo-Saxons in the Dark Ages, to a large degree, when England was being settled, and it kind of played out, in America with the Native Americans in the same way. But yeah, there was just very, very much irreconcilable between First Nation peoples and the American colonizers, or the European American colonizers. And then, of course, the arts, the books, and the movies and cinema later on don't really depict the Native Americans, except whenever there's like dealings with fur trappers and the Indian chiefs or something. They marry the Indian chief's daughter or something like that, and they smoke the peace pipe. Or other things like such as there's like a Native American raid on a settlement or something. Other than that, like old westerns, like really old westerns before 1960 or like 1950 depict a open virgin land, or like this notion of an open, completely open free frontier, and that the European settlers, when they came, basically nobody was there and the land was there for the taking, and they just claimed it and took it, put a stake on it, staked it out, homesteaded it, and it was as simple as that. And like the actual history of the Wild West is quite different and distinct from how a lot of movies portrayed it.
It seems like there always would have been something of a conflict between the native peoples and the Americans. You know, even if let's say that the westward expansion had not been as successful as it was, or as aggressive as it was, and the America and the native nations had survived in some form and were still there today on a larger scale. I suspect it would have probably ended up being a situation in North America could lead to unresolvable conflicts.
Yeah, and as looking at it from the modern day period, also the way the westward expansion is told and who tells it is very important as well. Say between 1900 and 1960, both in print and in cinema, the westward expansion was seen more in terms of the European individuals conquering a virgin, untapped wilderness, which with sparsely populated native populations. And so it's more man-conquering nature. That's sort of the image that's being expressed by the historical community and the media community. And then we see, beginning in the 60s and 70s, a switch where now the conquest of nature is less in the forefront, and the conquest of the indigenous population takes the forefront. And I think both interpretations are flawed because they overrepresent and overly diminish certain aspects of the westward expansion. Because in one sense, there was a lot of unpopulated land in various parts of the country. Not all of it was claimed by native tribes, but some of it was. So to just blanket say it was all owned by Indians or it was all unowned seems to be too much in either direction. Also, I think you even interviewed this guy once before, but Fringe Elements, he did a video, but a few years back, looking at known population densities of hunter-gatherer societies today, and argued that there never really were that many Plains Indians at the time of the westward expansion. Maybe, I think his estimate was like 3 million all told at the time, say, at their peak. And I think when he gets census data from around the 1890s, there's still close to 2 million Native Americans living between the Mississippi and the Pacific Ocean. And another thing that cannot be discounted, and this is not intentional because no one understood germ theory yet, was the new the diseases, infectious diseases that were brought by the Europeans. In large part, they had no knowledge of what was going on. The only example I can think of legitimate, quote, bacterial warfare was in the Pontiac's uprising in 1763, I think, when the British sold smallpox-infected blankets to the rebel Indians. But other than that example, I can't think of any other where there was an intentional biological warfare angle. But the Native Americans were sort of assaulted on many fronts. On the one hand, there was these infectious diseases that nobody properly understood. And it's interesting because if you go further south, those diseases were more devastating to the Europeans. Settlement in Cuba and in Mexico and in Latin America was much more difficult for Europeans because of these tropical diseases, which the Native Americans were well adapted to. And then you also have the fact that due to their distributed way of life, their communal ownership of property, they had a very low material level of existence, which made effective resistance to the United States very difficult. Plus, there was infighting amongst Native American tribes. They would fight each other all the time. The Sioux out west and out east, the Iroquois, were always fighting other Indian tribes, as well as the European colonists. And so we have that as well. Then we have the further pressure of the U.S. cavalry. So you have all these forces coming together for which they're very woefully unprepared to deal with. And there were attempts by indigenous populations in the United States to organize to mirror the West in order to compete. You have the Iroquois League, we have the Cherokee nations, but none of them were ultimately successful in replicating the success of the Western forces. And in large part, that's why they were relegated to the ash bin of history.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the problems that came about with the native peoples, I think, like you were saying, are multifaceted. I don't think conquest alone, military conquest alone, really explains some of those problems. I do think, for example, health issues were a problem as well as just being outnumbered in terms of sheer size. But I also do think that there was a concentrated effort to largely exterminate the native people as a racial and ethnic group. You see quite a bit of that in the writings and speeches of American leaders, military and political leaders during this time period. And the native peoples really were viewed as savages that were essentially standing in the way of progress. That is the expansion of the American empire, of manifest destiny, and all of that. The point you raised about the media, about the depiction of the westward expansion and all of that in the media is interesting, because one thing that I have noticed in my own lifetime is that I grew up watching old movies about the westward expansion, as well as early television programs that had western themes, which were very popular at one point. I grew up watching those, I guess, in the late 60s, early 70s. And in those programs, you do see this emphasis on the wilderness. You see this emphasis on the pioneers and the trailblazers and things like that. You also see a depiction of Native Americans as either being savages and barbarians, or as being sort of a quaint museum piece in some ways, depending on the television program or movie or book or whatever. Over time, you see that starting to reverse. Like nowadays, most of the time when I see the westward expansion being depicted in any kind of popular media, it's more, it takes a more leftward slant, I guess, in the sense that it talks more about, or the implication is more that this is a genocidal war of conquest by the Western imperialists. So that you do see that kind of depiction flip in a lot of ways.
So, in regards to like the television cinema history of this time period, over the course of the 1900s, movies and cinema and just television overall, this narrative has changed. First of all, it started off as like the notion of the noble savage, kind of Rousseau's noble savage, the stoic Indian, the brave Indian. Then it turns into one where the Indians are like they're backward, uncivilized, they need to be wiped out or something, to then kind of more of a racial stereotype, and then just to one of an open wilderness, an open frontier, and then it goes from that to the melting pot, like in the 1960s, first to a melting pot, and then by the 1980s, it changes again to where, Western bourgeois imperialists invaded and took the land of the indigenous people. But the indigenous people resisted the westward expanding capitalist, white capitalists, bravely and historically. And so Hollywood changes a lot of stuff. Like, Hollywood kind of adopted that around about the 1960s, the 1950s. But yeah, cinema has changed a lot in regards to the history of the Wild West, which is very interesting because it used to really be, and I think it still is, like the Western is like the number one like driving force for like American mythology. The notion of the intrepid pioneer conquering nature and pursuing this Jeffersonian dream of just staking out on his own, claiming his own land, building a log cabin, and having a family, raising a family, and just being independent. That is the quintessential. This is the quintessential American lifestyle. And of course, once again, because America is or was a frontier nation for the most longest period of time, it was very much influenced by these ideas. By being a frontier nation. And this is, even like in the late 20th century, this was like a paramount influence. Very predominant, very paramount influence. Now, they have to bring up fringe elements. That guy. Yeah, I'm not getting into that this time. Anyways, so they cite something by fringe elements, and they're talking about how Native Americans were actually not really as big as was originally presumed. I really don't have like a dog in that fight. I'm sure that the old movies, the old westerns, greatly overemphasized how much land was actually available and free, and then likewise the modern westerns completely overemphasize the numbers of Native Americans. So I have no idea. I don't have a stat of statistics right here available with me, at least not on hand, of the number of Native American tribes. So I guess we could look. Plains Native American tribes, 1800s. Let's see here. Yeah, there's nothing here that talks about anything in regards to the actual statistics about the indigenous peoples of the Great Plains. Yeah, I can't see any statistics. Not even hypothetical statistics. Yeah, there's nothing about actual statistics. Native American numbers on the Great Plains, 1800s. Okay, all I get is there might have been as low as 8 million and as many as 10 million. So that's not very helpful. Okay, estimates varied widely from as low as 8 million to as many as 100 million. Though by the end of the 20th century, okay, but this is about all of the Americas. So there might have been like what? 50 million something Native Americans in 1491, let's say. Yeah, this doesn't say anything. It just says that there were 30 Indian tribes on the Great Plains. That's it. Okay, it doesn't say anything about numbers or nothing. So, I tried my best to try to look up a statistic. So, the experts, like the people that expert in the statistics on this stuff, they just say that in 1492, when Christopher Columbus, let's say, discovered the Americas and the West Indies, it says that there might have been 500 million Native Americans. I mean, that doesn't really help. And I'm just looking for statistics on the Plains Indians. And I can't find anything, so I'm just going to move on. Also, the Native American method of waging war was radically different from how the American Army of the same time did warfare. Like the Native Americans, they believed, they would, of course, some of them would scalp, Some of the tribes were very passive and peaceful and passive. Others were more prone to warfare. Some would scalp. Others would do other weird things. Not that that's bad or inferior, but, the Comanches or the Apache would have the Braves. They would go and they would strike another warrior, to prove like their manhood or their power, the spirit of strength of their manhood, or like some kind of notion of honor thing. It's very weird. Even the Book of Mormon, tries to say that Native Americans were actually Lamanites and Jaredites, and that the Jaredites came to the Americas after the Tower of Babel, after they were expelled from the Tower of Babel and the confounding of the tongues, and founded a civilization in the New World. And like Mormons will try to say that like the Olmecs and like some early Peruvian civilizations were the Jaredites. And then they'll say that the cornfield and the Mayan culture and the Tenochtitlan or the Tikal or Mayan civilizations were Lamanites. I'm sorry, Nephite civilizations. The Book of Mormon is so bizarre. So, like, it just goes to show the Americans of the 19th century and even now were just absolutely fascinated, if not just absolute resentful of, like, these different Native American tribes and their cultures. But the Plains tribes were viewed as being especially backwards and barbarous and just uncivilized, and the changing notions or the changing landscape of race that came out of Darwin, Charles Darwin's theories, and stuff that came out of British Israelism and Mormonism and other Protestant sects and stuff, and all of that definitely had a very big effect and change on the way that race was viewed. And even U.S. presidents, even United States presidents, were saying that it was a good thing that the Native Americans were being driven off their lands and killed and genocided, and said that it was for the betterment of civilization for the Indian to die. You know, like there's actually U.S. presidents that say that, or would have said that. And it's really amazing how they went from abolitionism, they went directly from abolitionism and giving citizenship to African Americans to saying this stuff about Native Americans just only 2 or 3 decades later. It's just bizarre. It's just really bizarre. But anyways, they're saying that at most the Native Americans were only about 3 million, and in some census data, fringe elements found in the 1890s, there were still about 2 million Native Americans. I don't know if that includes the Plains tribes, because like until 1928, Native Americans were not U.S. citizens. Okay, they only became citizens in 1924, 1923. So I don't know if the census data is recording all the Native American tribes and their births and stuff, because due to a lot of complicated things, like I don't see how the federal government in the 1890s could have had very good census data records of Native American births, of every single indigenous birth in this period, because they weren't even counted as citizens, and they didn't all go to church because they were not all Christian. You know, a lot of them were still, you know, very much in their own indigenous religious beliefs and whatnot. But they're saying that the part of the U.S. government and the settlers and stuff in displacing and annihilating Native Americans is sometimes overused, and that a lot of the fantasy and fiction from the old movies and modern movies are actually wrong. Like, older movies play down, and modern movies about the West play up the alleged numbers and stuff. I do think that there was a lot of Native American genocide and replacement. It's just absolutely obvious, okay? Just look at a map of 1492, and then look at a map of today, or the late 1800s, and it's just very obvious what was going on. It was a race war. This is a race war. And it's very much being driven for profit, for Christian missionary, Christian evangelism, for civilization, so-called spreading civilization, and just overall business ventures and enterprise, the Transcontinental Railroad, and a whole host of other things driven by, these pursuits about Jefferson's dream. Thomas Jefferson's big dream of a transcendental empire of liberty from sea to shining sea over the graveyards of Indian corpses.
Over time, you see that starting to reverse. Like nowadays, most of the time when I see the westward expansion being depicted in any kind of popular media, you see a depiction of Native Americans as either being savages and barbarians, or as being sort of sort of a quaint museum piece in some ways, depending on the.
Yeah, most of the white people on the eastern seaboard, or the European Americans that were on the eastern seaboard, they tended to look at Indians as very stoic and brave and like as museum pieces and stuff. And if you go to any museum or like antiquarian shops in the States, you're bound to find like these pieces of like very stereotypical like stoic Native American statues and like all sorts of like very old furniture and stuff that basically depict the Native Americans like what was seen at Wild Bill's rodeos. Like what was his name? Buffalo Bill. That's it. Buffalo Bill's Wild West Circus. And like you see the Native American stereotypes of that. That's how people on the eastern seaboard would have seen Native Americans, as like art pieces, like their Native American artwork and culture as decorative material. Very much not an inferior culture, but still a fascinating, interesting art piece. Kind of like that. Whereas people in the western states, people further west, would have seen the Indians as very barbarous, troublesome, and meddling, and basically getting in the way of civilization and having to go the way of the dinosaur, and just basically being a menace and all of that kind of stuff. And Hollywood has really changed its position a lot of times in regards to these movies and stuff. Even to the point of actually banning and censoring old movies because of the interpreted racist caricatures that are made, because of like fear that some of these studios might be called racist or white supremacist because of these very outdated stereotypical viewpoints and a lot of that kind of stuff. But yeah, there is very much a very racist incentive for what was going on.
Westward expansion and all of that in the media is interesting because one thing that I have noticed in my own lifetime is that I grew up watching old movies. The point you raised about the media, about the depiction of the westward expansion and all of that in the media is interesting because one thing that I have noticed in my own lifetime is that I grew up watching old movies about the westward expansion as well as early television programs that had Western themes, which were very popular at one point. I grew up watching those, I guess, in the late 60s, early 70s. And in those programs, you do see this emphasis on the wilderness. You see this emphasis on the pioneers and the trailblazers and things like that. You also see a depiction of Native Americans as either being savages and barbarians or as being sort of a quaint museum piece in some ways, depending on the television program or movie or book or whatever. Over time, you see that starting to reverse. Like nowadays, most of the time when I see the westward expansion being depicted in any kind of popular media, it's more, it takes a more leftward slant, I guess, in the sense that it talks more about, or the implication is more that this is a genocidal war of conquest by the Western imperialists. So that you do see that kind of depiction flip in a lot of ways. I think the big picture is more nuanced in the sense that, yeah,
I'm sure that Howard Zinn would have been very proud.
there was a lot of infighting and some pretty nasty warfare between the native peoples as well as as between the whites as well. I mean, look at the Civil War. That was as awful as anything the native people came up with in their own conflicts with each other, certainly in terms of numbers. Um, so there has been this kind of paradigm shift, I think, as the wider culture has changed and as the politics have changed, the dominant political paradigm has changed.
Yeah, yeah. And with the westward expansion as a part of policy, I think you can look at it in two ways. There's a kind of like grassroots, almost libertarian westward expansion where people just move up and create new homesteads without any sort of direct government oversight. But then, of course, you have the railroad expansion, the development of mining and logging industries, in which case there is a very close connection with the federal government in order to wipe out Indians to secure the resources. Like, for a classic example would be the gold reserves under the Black Hills. They want the gold, the Sioux are there, and so these prospectors, these corporations ask the government to remove these Indians. But on the other hand, you have also, you can think of like the Davy Crockett's and the Daniel Boones. They're more of like the sort of libertarian American individualist trailblazers. So there's like both going on at tandem within the westward expansion. And as we near the end of the westward, another interesting point to note also is after the Civil War, the Union Army become famous as Buffalo Soldiers, and many of them served under, I think, Black Jack Pershing. And it's interesting to see how people that were exploited in one context can then become the, quote, new Praetorians of conquest in another context. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I've never given much thought to that, but that is that is an interesting concept. I think as far as the idea that there's this libertarian dimension to the westward expansion, you do see that. In fact, it's interesting to see how it's even today it's in the western states typically where the Libertarian Party and groups like that tend to be the most popular, or have the most sympathy, at least on an implicit level. This kind of American libertarianism, it kind of appeals to the Marlboro country individualism that you see, that I guess is derivative of the western expansion. And there's this wider legacy that's associated with that is I think rooted in American history of having been a frontier society. I mean, for example, you have even today you have fringe radical groups like, say, the sovereign citizens. People who think that driver's license requirements are this intolerable abridgment of liberty. You don't find that kind of thing in that many cultures. I'm actually told there's a parallel to that in some other English-speaking countries, like in Britain and in Canada and in Australia. But I don't think you'd find something like the sovereign citizens in Russia, or China or somewhere like that. Not the way you do in the United States. And it's interesting that a lot of the kinds of groups of that type seem to me to have emerged in the West as well. I know in the 90s when the militia movement happened, it started getting a lot of publicity after the Oklahoma City bombing. I did a lot of research on that movement, and what I found is that it was in the same area where this westward pioneer expansion took place. It was in that milieu where this modern movement emerged, that had this very individualistic kind of do your own thing, libertarian, free range kind of perspective. So it looks like there was a kind of cultural legacy that was created as a result of this that still survives even in present times.
Yeah. Now, as we get to the end of the westward expansion.
All right. We're closing in on the westward expansion or manifest destiny. I'm going to go piss right fast, and I'm going to cover the last bits of this. I'm going to go over the more libertarian aspects of the westward settlement and expansion. All right. So I kind of want to go over a bit about the more the Libertarian Party, which is kind of a third party in the United States. It's mainly rooted in these western states. States like Idaho and Wyoming and Montana and like Oregon. These areas are like usually where a lot of these the Libertarian Party comes from. It's a center-right party that like favors free autonomy, has little intervention from the government as possible, the right of the free man and stuff. And a lot of these parts of the country, you also see like the militia movement. The militia movement came out of the western states, and the sovereign citizen movement came out of that same region. And there's a lot of notion of you got to do everything by your own bootstraps. Very rugged individualism in these areas of like the Great Plains and a lot of the western states, especially the northwestern states, the Pacific Northwestern states especially. They have these, they used to have these values and stuff. It's also interesting that Ecotopia, like this, it's called Ecotopia, and it's like on the Pacific coast, the Pacific Rim, like Seattle and Portland, Seattle and stuff. These are also areas that are very, they have a lot of tolerance. There's a very easygoing and very tolerant, and big acceptance and stuff. A lot of that also kind of comes out of the libertarian movement as well. But it's just, do it yourself, very independent and rugged individualism kind of mindset, or it used to be before it got into identity politics and woke stuff and all of that. But we're talking about the Wild West.
Groups like, say, the sovereign citizens, people who think that driver's license requirements are the
So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I've never given much thought to that, but that is an interesting concept.
Famous as buffalo soldiers, and many of them served prospectors. These corporations asked the government to remove these Indians.
Okay, so yeah, early on in the history of the West, in the early history of the West, or the frontier, you had very independent pioneers. They would just go in without any type of supervision, like virtually no government oversight. And they would just go and claim the land as their own. They would say that by the providence of God, this was their land. It was unclaimed territory. They would claim it by providence of God and by right of being free. And they just take the land and start farming, and they put a horse and a mule and a cow or something, maybe some chickens or whatever, and sheep. And they would just become a farmer and a herder, and they would be self-made. Then later on in the 19th century, these incorporated companies, kind of proprietary and incorporated companies, would go in and build a railroad, lay out a railroad, construct a railroad or a telegraph line or a telephone line, and they would seek government protection. They would pay for the U.S. government, or give incentives, or the government would give incentives for them to buy the land relatively cheap and build it up. build up the railroad, put in a railroad, put in some telegraph lines and whatnot, and basically kind of develop the empty land or that empty space. Say a valley between a mountain range or whatnot. Or build a mining company, let's say build a mining town, a railroad town, or just whatever, and eventually when there was enough people living there, a post office, a town hall, a city center, a marketplace, and then incorporate it into a town, and maybe even later a city if it further developed. And the government would go in and have oversight. It would send federal troops to protect it and stuff. And then it's very interesting and also quite nuanced. And this is all about like American history. When the federal forces would liberate the slaves, or if the African Americans, the blacks, joined the ranks of the federal army as free men or freed men, and they would fight for liberty. As soon as the Civil War was over with, there were these soldiers. They were called the Buffalo Hunters. These were African Americans in the Union Army that were sent west, and they were very important in facilitating and driving and fighting off the Native Americans and settling the Western territories. They were called the Black Buffalo Soldiers, and they were basically freed Union soldiers that stayed conscripted in the Army. And they would serve out their terms, the rest of their tenures in the U.S. Army, fighting in the Indian Wars, and they were called the Black Buffalo Soldiers. And there were some. They were all over the place. They went about all over. They would have protected the postal routes. They protected the railroads. They were stationed in western forts. They would protect the telegraph and the telephone lines, the railroads. They would protect homesteaders and ranchers. They would protect mines and stuff from Indian raids and whatnot. And so basically, Todd Lewis is saying that they were the Praetorian Guard for some aspects of the westward expansion. And it's interesting that one party that was fighting for liberation, or one party that was itself the victims, the disparaged victims, and were liberated from their captors, themselves ended up becoming a force of the conquest. Like how one formerly oppressed minority group actually became themselves either actors or were directly involved in the oppression of another minority group, or whatever you would like to call it. And so basically, the liberators themselves became the oppressors. They became the oppressors. But overall, there is a very libertarian aspect to what was going on. Like, there's a very strong libertarian kind of legacy to the settling of the West, the overall settling of the West, which is rooted in just classical liberalism, and just overall this 19th century revanchistic Jeffersonian notions of Jeffersonianism and the Whig Party, the Free Soilers, and etc. Like, we're going to take the land and we're going to build civilization here. We're going to turn it into a providential, free nation that is free from from the tyranny of the old world, and free from, the oppression of the old world and all of that stuff. But yeah.
But on the other hand, you have also, you can think of the Davy Crockett's and the Daniel Boones. They're more of the sort of libertarian American individualist trailblazers. So
yeah, I guess Davy Crockett and Daniel Boone could be seen as sort of trailblazers for quintessential American libertarianism, as it was later known. Sebastian Miron said that Davy Crockett had 3 ears. He had his left ear, his right ear, and he had the wild frontier. Yeah, Davy Crockett was kind of a good example of the kind of early pioneering spirit that was so highly associated with Jeffersonianism, Jacksonian democracy, and the spreading of this populism, this kind of free soil populism and free spiritedness about it. Davy Crockett lived in the early 1800s, and he was known as this really tough and woolly guy. They said that he fought bears. Davy Crockett literally fought wild bears with his hands and beat them. He actually would get into hand fights with grizzly bears, or so they said. There's also Daniel Boone. Daniel Boone was the descendant of Ulster Scots, or Ulster Scotsmen, and he was Daniel Boone was Presbyterian. He was from Western Virginia. I think he was born in what is now West Virginia. Today it's West Virginia. But when Daniel Boone was alive, it was still part of Virginia. And he went from there, and he started very, very early on in the 1780s, the settlement of Kentucky. He encouraged wagon trains to go out and settle in Kentucky. And so he was one of the very first European settlers in Tennessee and Kentucky. And there's a lot of these urban legends about these explorers. It's really a shame that I can't just sit here and talk more about this, but we do have to move on. But I really did want to really emphasize and talk about these stories of the Wild West.
There's both going on at tandem within the westward expansion. And as we near the end of the westward, another interesting point to note also is after the Civil War.
This libertarian.
So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I've never given much thought to that, but that is that is an interesting concept. I think as far as the idea that there's this libertarian dimension to the westward expansion, you do see that. In fact, it's interesting to see how in the it's even today it's in the western states typically where the Libertarian Party and groups like that tend to be the most popular or have the most sympathy, at least on an implicit level. This kind of American libertarianism, it kind of appeals to the Marlboro country individualism that you see that I guess is derivative of the western expansion. There's this wider legacy that's associated with that is I think rooted in American history of having been a frontier society. I mean, for example, you have even today you have fringe radical groups like, say, the sovereign citizens. People who think that driver's license requirements are this intolerable abridgment of liberty. You don't find that kind of thing in that many cultures. I'm actually told there's a parallel to that in some other English-speaking countries, like in Britain and in Canada and in Australia. But I don't think you'd find something like the sovereign citizens in Russia, or China, somewhere like that. Not the way you do in the United States. And it's interesting that a lot of the kinds of groups of that type seem to me to have emerged in the West as well. I know in the 90s when the militia movement happened, it started getting a lot of publicity after the Oklahoma City bombing. I did a lot of research on that movement, and what I found is that it was in the same area where this westward pioneer expansion took place. It was in that milieu where this modern movement emerged that had this very individualistic kind of do your own thing, libertarian, free range kind of perspective. So it looks like there was a kind of cultural legacy that was created as a result of this that still survives even in present times.
Yeah. Now, as we get to the end of the westward expansion.
So overall, the legacy of the Wild West, because we're already done. Like, the Wild West is only 1866 to 1890. It's really not that long of a period overall. It's probably the best known, if not one of the best known, periods of American history. And the period of the cowboy and the like is not even really that long. But anyways, you have a lot of urban legends that grew up around the Wild West. For the more politically eccentric types who like to look back on this time period, these people are usually libertarians or very much classical Jeffersonian types. Not even necessarily liberals. When I say libertarian, we're not talking about liberals in the modern sense. We're talking about people that don't believe in state intervention, laissez-faire economics, more or less, small business, and a hatred of big government and corporations. Think of von Mises, the von Mises Institute, and that is what I mean when I talk about libertarian. So the Libertarian Party is still very much popular in a lot of these states. Of course, the MAGA movement I'm pretty sure, was also quite popular as well. A long history of populism, a long history of the Libertarian Party and the militia movement, gun rights advocacy groups like very pro-guns rights, Second Amendment rights, very pro, even the sovereign citizen movement to some degree has a lot of influence in the South or the West. More so the Western states. The North is more mercantilistic, and kind of the Brahmin stuff that's modeled after the British middle class. The South is more racial caste hierarchy, and the Western states is quintessential Jeffersonianism. They'll usually say that their values are truly old American ideals or the real American ideals. And because of the history of the westward settlement there and stuff. And if you trace where the highest popularity of the Libertarian Party is at, it's usually in these states that had this very strong affiliation with the westward expansion, westward settlement, or the period of the Wild West from about circa 1865 to circa 1895, more or less. 1865 to 1890. Kind of about like that. Alright, so is there any questions about the Wild West? Are there any questions about the Wild West? Because we're going to be moving on.
It was in that milieu where this modern movement emerged that had this very individualistic kind of
resistance to the United States very difficult. Plus, there was infighting amongst Native American tribes. They would fight each other all the time. The Sioux out west and out east, the Iroquois, were always fighting other Indian tribes, as well as the European colonists. For Europeans, because of these tropical diseases, fortunately, the Native Americans were well adapted to. And then you also have the fact that due to their distributed way of life, their communal ownership of property, they had a very low material level of existence.
Okay, so overall, the Native American wars were very savage. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, very horrible thing about what happened to the Native Americans. But you also have to keep in mind that a lot of Europeans and European settler Americans were also killed too. I mean, it happened both ways. Don't get me wrong, it happened both ways. But the Europeans would give these blankets to the Native Americans, and they would get sick because of it and die. The Europeans also brought a bunch of new diseases from Europe and from Eurasia, Greater Eurasia, that would have a detrimental effect. Smallpox, in particular, was extremely deadly for Native Americans. Alcoholism was another thing that was also... Alcohol was very poisonous to Native Americans. There was also typhoid fever, syphilis, and of course, like, part of the reason why Mexico, Central and South America, and Cuba today are not mostly European genetics, but are instead mestizo and sometimes even Indian, is because the tropics had diseases that the Europeans were very vulnerable to. So because of the hot climate and just overall the unbearable climate for the Europeans, that's part of the reason a lot of these regions are not majoritively European. European genetics, like is the case for North America. The climate was milder in North America, and it was a little bit more tolerable. So, and also just the overall prevalence of the British and the Northern Europeans just not really wanting to mix as much with the natives as the Spanish and the Portuguese did in Latin America. But anyways, overall, the Native Americans had a communal ownership of land. They also warred and fought with each other, and they just had overall a very low material level of existence compared to European settlers. So their demise was just kind of set. From the very day that Christopher Columbus set foot in the New World, like, the Native Americans' way of life and days were numbered. Especially when the United States got independence from Britain. I mean, it was just, figuratively speaking, it was only a matter of time before these white European Americans were going to expand all the way to the Pacific and take all the land and make it their own. I wouldn't say it was a foregone conclusion, but Yeah, so overall, westward settlement was a tragedy, but it was also an inevitability. And I don't mean to say that out of hatred or spite, but I'm just, I'm telling you the history.
which made effective resistance to the United States very difficult. Plus, there was infighting amongst Native American tribes. They would fight each other all the time. The Sioux out west and out east, the Iroquois, were exploited in one context, can then become the, quote, new Praetorians of conquest in another context. So what are your thoughts on that?
When the
is that they claim that America now becomes an empire because in 1898
Okay, here we go.
they go to war. As we get to the end of the westward expansion, and by the mid 1890s, the West is more or less pacified, and then we have what's generally seen as a consensus amongst military and historians and Pat Buchanan and others, foreign policy experts like George Kennan, is that they claim that America now becomes an empire because in 1898 they go to war with Spain to acquire colonies in the Pacific, Guam, Hawaii, the Philippines. They acquire the Puerto Rico and the Caribbean, and they, quote, liberate Cuba. Now, what's interesting here is that I think that both Kennan and Buchanan are right in some sense, but I think overplay their hand. As I've said earlier in the series, the Empire of Liberty was firmly planted with Jefferson and Madison very early on in the Republic. But what we do see, and this is the distinction that Kennan makes, which is an interesting distinction, up until the Spanish War, the recently acquired territories the United States acquired was understood that they would at some later date become states. Now, of course, Hawaii later does become a state, but places like Guam, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines never really became states. And it seems that there is a certain difference of how the United States looks at itself before and after the Spanish War. One of the members of the Anti-Imperialist League, Gukin, writes, "The question is what effect the imperial policy will have upon ourselves." The idea is what kind of people are the Americans going to become after they take over all these other nations? He says also, the serious question for the people of this country is to consider what effect the imperial policy will have upon ourselves if we permit it to be established. Now, another great anti-imperialist member is William Graham Sumner, who wrote The Conquest of the United States by Spain. And one of the points that he brings out, and is I think echoed in our own time by Pat Buchanan, is that if we take the road of Spain, which, we think today Spain, a great power, it seems hard to imagine, but at one time was the global superpower. And through overextension and imperial ambition, it bankrupted itself and went into obscurity and oblivion. And Sumner warned that if the United States were to pursue that strategy, that Spanish strategy, then we would eventually become like Spain. We'd overextend ourselves, we'd become bankrupt, and then we would be in the position of Spain vis-a-vis some other great power. That is yet to happen, but we are beginning to see the strain of imperial overreach, which the imperial Spain had also dealt with. And in one sense, the United States was unable to project power beyond North America because prior to the 1890s, it was, one, not strong enough. Its population density wasn't high enough. Its industrial development wasn't high enough. And after the Civil War, when the population of the country and the industrial capacity of the country is beginning to rival those of Europe, it has a lot of pacification to do. You got to pacify the South over a period of 12 years called Reconstruction, and then you have the pacification of the Indians. So when we do begin to have the constituent parts to build a global spanning empire, we still have to pacify and consolidate what we already have. And by the time you get to Spain, though, America's got no more consolidating to do. It's all been done. And it seems, I would argue that contrary to Pat Buchanan, it's a logical extension of manifest destiny. Because the American, in a lot of ways, I think the sort of conservative cautiousness of the Founding Fathers was sort of like in the Soviet Union, the distinction between Trotsky and Stalin. Stalin believed in socialism in one country because he knew Russia wasn't strong enough to project power in a world revolution. Trotsky just wanted to start right off the bat and have a world revolution. Whereas I think the Founding Fathers understood that in 1783 they were not strong enough to impose these views of liberty on other people much beyond their reach. But by the time we get to the Spanish War, we can move to the Trotsky phase, where we can then spread global revolution and civilize the world. Because that civilizing mission that motivated the early settlers and the American Revolution, given its universal scope, inevitably would have to encompass the globe. How could it be arbitrarily cut off at some geographic border when we're talking about something like liberty and rights and of all men? All men are created equal. All men have these rights. And so it seems very difficult to imagine that in the long run, such an ambitious strategy would have been contained to just one country or one continent.
Well, I think you're absolutely right about that, in the sense that the supposed isolationism of the United States in its early phase of history, it was always something that was very selective. The conventional narrative says that, well, we were isolationist up until the time of the Spanish-American War, or some people even say up until the First World War.
All right, so we're finally reaching a major. We finally reached a major pivot in American foreign policy. This is the point. We're at the point where the United States is outright fighting European countries in the Spanish-American War, or the Spanish-U.S. War of 1898, where we're not just fighting we're not just fighting Native American tribes or Native American nomads or like Mexico or the Confederacy. Now we're actually branching out and expanding. So by the middle of the 1890s, the West is pacified. Manifest destiny in the old sense of what the Founding Fathers would have envisioned, or what Abe Lincoln would have envisioned, is over. That aspect of American history that really could very loosely go all the way back to the Pilgrims and the Puritans and even Columbus is done. The South is pacified, the West is pacified. And so there's some things about the Spanish-American War I want to talk about. First of all, Spain was going through a bunch of reforms. The Spanish government was a constitutional monarchy at this point. And it was also going through reforms of giving more autonomy to Cuba and the Philippines. So the Spanish government was about to draw up this plan of basically creating its own Spanish version of the Francophone, or the Francosphere, in which it was going to give equal representation of sorts, or kind of limited, but an equal voting in its own parliament to Cubans and Filipinos. And before the Spanish could do that, the Spanish-American War happened and Spain lost its colonies. And so that didn't happen. Secondly, Spain was run by a government of Freemasons. So the thing about this is that the Spanish Parliament in Madrid was completely run by Freemasons at this point. Spain used to have a ban on Freemasonry, complete ban on Freemasonry, and then gradually it loosened up and softened up on that. And so the entire Spanish Parliament and most of the top generals in the Spanish Army and Navy were Freemasons. And the American military was run by Freemasons. And it's very interesting that the Spanish Freemasons, or the Freemasons in Spain, actually, together with some of the trade unions, Spain has a very long history of trade unionism and trade unionist involvement. And Spain didn't have enough battleships. They did not have an equal battleship volume to the Americans, and the trade unions revolted in the dockyards in Spain because of lack of rights, a lack of joint rights and joint representation of the trade unions. And so a lot of the dockmen went on strike, and so a lot of the battleships that the government was contracting to have built didn't happen. And the revolutionaries in Cuba and the Philippines, some of their members also had Freemasons. And they had been appealing for decades to for American aid and involvement. And so the U.S. government sends the battleship Maine into Havana Harbor. And allegedly at the time, it was attacked by a torpedo and bombed. At the time, it was said it was torpedoed, but in the 1970s, some marine excavation was done of the battleship Maine, and it turns out that a steam turbine, or like some steamer, a steam boiler inside the Maine blew up inside of it. And the battleship Maine went down because of some kind of an internal malfunction. So could it be that it was actually just sabotage? Or just an accident and that the sinking of the Maine was overplayed? So regardless of what you wish to think about it, Spain did not deal with the war very well. Spain really just, just like the British in the Revolution, they fuddled up. They befuddled themselves and they kind of messed up badly. The Spaniards just did really bad, whereas the Americans did very exceptionally well. This is also the war where the Rough Riders and Teddy Roosevelt were involved. Teddy Roosevelt got a lot of fame and publicity in the Spanish War. The Rough Riders and sharpshooters, famous sharpshooters that won the Battle of San Juan, or the Battle of San Juan Hill, and the Battle of Santiago de Cuba, which was chiefly a naval battle. And then there was a few naval battles and stuff where the Spanish basically almost intentionally just messed up and just bungled up. But Spain was going through a very deep social crisis at this time. Spain was not like it was at the height of its power. Spain was very much a declining power, and I think that America went to war with Spain was so trifle, and just the alleged atrocities were so upplayed. Like there's these talks about the Spanish putting Cubans in concentration camps. Oh yeah, this is also the first mention of concentration camps during this period. Like concentration camps were used by the British against the Afrikaners in the Boer Wars of this time period. The Spanish had concentration camps. The alleged atrocities were probably highly overplayed, but anyways, the Spanish Empire was very much on the down and out, and this is the end of the Spanish Empire. It never really recovered from this war. And so, just like with the Mexican-American War, Spain lost, with the exception of a few African possessions and some possessions in the Mediterranean, Spain lost all of its overseas possessions. Guam, Cuba, Puerto Rico, Midway Island, and of course, Cuba became its own independent republic. And then, of course, America leased or attempted to try to lease the Philippines. When the Spanish opted not to do that, then, of course, America conquered the Philippines and turned the Philippines into a commonwealth. But the Filipino elites cooperated a lot more so with Americans than the Cubans did. The Cubans ended up being a lot more resentful of American rule than the Filipinos did. But anyways, so the general notion about the Spanish-American War of 1898 is that this is the birth of Pax Americana, the beginnings of American empire or American ascension on the world stage, where America finally goes outside the Western Hemisphere and becomes an empire, and sort of the new imperialism, the new imperialism with the scramble for Africa, the Boxer Rebellion, the open door policy in China, America really flexing its muscles, and just this whole entire age of imperialism thing that was going on. So George Kennan and Pat Buchanan, they generally say that this is when America finally became an empire and it really entered the stage of really becoming a great nation. But America was already doing that well before the Spanish-American War of 1898. It's just that America did not have the army or the population size to really do that, to really engage in that manner. And the reason why was because until the Civil War, the American population and the American army was too small to really expand overseas. After the Civil War, we already had the military capable of doing it. Like, America had the ingenuity and the army capable of pulling it off, but the nation needed to be pacified. America, well after 1865, was still a very divided nation. The South had to be pacified, and there was still wars with the American Indians, the Native Americans, to be had in the West. But by the 1890s, that was over with. The North and the South were reconciling. The West had been settled and that job had been done, and it was now possible for the Americans to expand and acquire territories overseas. In 1897, Hawaii was annexed, And so the islands of Hawaii was the last territory that the United States conquered that later became a state. Up until the Spanish-American War, virtually every major land grab from 1775 to 1898, that land eventually became a state. After 1898, every territory that America has conquered since then has never become a state, but instead is either a trust territory, some dependency, a commonwealth, or it eventually became an independent nation like Cuba did. Like Cuba eventually did. So there is this book. It's called The Conquest of the United States by Spain. And it's from 1899 or something like that. And it's on the archive.org, and this is usually cited by, it's by William J. Sumner. And so William J. Sumner said that, just as the Spanish Empire, or just as Spain, used to be this great, dynamic and amazing empire, as soon as it went into bankruptcy, once the flow of silver stopped coming in from the silver mines, Spain went bankrupt. And it just fell apart and became this really weak, archaic state, completely riddled with corruption and with just absolute, very weak, deprecated governments and whatnot, and just basically put into its own corruption, its own weaknesses, and just basically a decayed empire. So basically, William J. Sumner said in his lecture, The Conquest of the United States by Spain, that this is what was going to happen to America. America could be a dynamic and very quickly spreading and fast-trekking empire, but eventually having these overseas colonies with peoples that simply were just irreconcilable to the people and culture of the United States, it would lead to America's decline, to America becoming a weak and irrelevant country. But the reality is that, well over 100 years later, that's not the case. The United States is still a very strong and very robust nation state. And so those predictions have not happened. Like a lot of those so-called predictions have not happened to date so far. So, yeah, this work is from 1899. Right at the end of the century, no less. So, what you're seeing is that America is finally reaching enough maturity. The United States has reached enough maturity that it can now mimic the British Empire. And this is also right when the Anglo-American rapprochement happens, and a major shift and change in the American elites. Whereas, like, during the Revolution, and even the Civil War for that matter, American elites, or American educated elites, were very anti-European, and very much anti the old world. But then, later on, because they're white, and because the British and the Americans are white, have European heritage, and they're Christian, the disparities of the differences between a self-represented constitutional republic and that of a inherited constitutional limited monarchy, what was for a long time a great disparity in terms of institutions and in terms of governance is greatly overshadowed by the commonalities of both being Protestant, both being of European stock and Western and Christian, and both speaking the English language. And so, as it turns out, Britain and America have a lot more in common than they have separate. And the commonalities are greatly finally resolve the disparities that happened after 1776. And that leads to the Anglo-American rapprochement, which is very critical and very important later on in the World Wars, when America goes to help Britain fight Germany in World War I. That rapprochement is very critical to happen because, I would say that America was, at least in this period, America was probably more at odds with the British than they were with the Germans. Like, Americans really didn't know what to think about the Germans or what the German Kaiser was doing at the time. And there was more animosity, really, probably to the British. But this rapprochement, and, I think that the Freemasons and some of the early intelligence, sort of these early intelligence agencies, probably not intelligence agencies, but just overall COINTEL, as it started to take shape at the beginning of the 20th century, had a great impact on changing and scaling things to where America was much more pro-British, at least by World War I. So, at least until World War I, America was just a very isolationist and non-interventionist nation in very much of the Hamiltonian and Jeffersonian and Jacksonian expression of how it did that. And even Abraham Lincoln was not interventionist. Like, none of these American presidents wanted nothing at all to do with what was happening in Europe or with concurrent European politics.
Contained to just one country or one solution. Trotsky just wanted to start. It's a logical. How do you get to the Indians? So when we do begin to have the Spain had also dealt with, and in one sense, the United States was unable to project power beyond North America because prior to the 1890s, it was, one, not strong enough. Its population density wasn't high enough. It's the Indians. So when we do begin to have the constituent parts to build a global spanning empire, we still have to pacify and consolidate what we already have. And by the time you get to Spain, though, America's got no more consolidating to do. It's all been done. And it seems, I would argue that contrary to Pat Buchanan, it's a logical extension of manifest destiny. Because the American, in a lot of ways, I think the sort of conservative cautiousness of the Founding Fathers was sort of like in the Soviet Union, the distinction between Trotsky and Stalin. Stalin believed in socialism in one country because he knew Russia wasn't strong enough to project power in a world revolution. Trotsky just wanted to start right off the bat and have a world revolution. Whereas I think the Founding Fathers understood that in 1783 they were not strong enough to impose these views of liberty on other people much beyond their reach. But by the time we get to Spanish War, we can move to the Trotsky phase, where we can then spread global revolution and civilize the world, because that civilizing mission that motivated the early settlers and the American Revolution, given its universal scope, inevitably would have to encompass the globe? How could it be arbitrarily cut off at some geographic border when we're talking about something like liberty and rights and of all men? All men are created equal. All men have these rights. And so it seems very difficult to imagine that in the long run, such an ambitious strategy would have been contained to just one country or one continent.
Well, I think you're absolutely right about that, in the sense that the supposed isolationism of the United States in its early phase of history, it was always something that was very selective. The conventional narrative says that, well, we were isolationist up until the time of the Spanish-American War, or some people even say up until the First World War. But that's not true at all. I mean, if you go back and actually look at the history of American foreign policy, what you see is that from the beginning, as you were saying, there was always this expansionist impulse. I mean, even prior to the Revolution, there was a westward expansion going on the part of the colonies. That was one of the issues that led to the conflict with England. And then, if you examine the writings of the first generation of American leaders, they're talking about how they have their sights on Central America and Cuba and places like that. And you see that on into the pre-Civil War period and beyond. So it's not that the Americans practiced isolationism in the sense of having a non-interventionist foreign policy, like, say, I guess like the Swiss do today, or the Icelanders or Swedes or something. It wasn't that at all. This westward expansion was always there. It was always about subjugating groups that got in the way of the expansion, whether it was the South or whether it was the Native American nations. And once that was effectively achieved, once the South was defeated, once the Native Americans were defeated, they continued to expand onward into the Pacific, and they annexed Hawaii and Guam and the Philippines, and into the Caribbean, and where they got Cuba and Puerto Rico. And it's as far back as at least the 1850s, maybe earlier, American soldiers were invading Nicaragua and places in Central America. So that's always been there. It's not like that was something that was new when the Spanish-American War developed. I think that I suppose it could be argued that the Spanish-American War represented a formal change in policies on a certain level, but it was really just a continuation of what was being done previously on an informal level. So there's a very consistent history there that's throughout the entirety of American foreign policy.
Yes, one of the questions that was brought up in the debates between the anti-imperialists and the imperialists in the Spanish-American War was, how could a nation that was founded on rebelling against an empire?
All right, so during and right after the Spanish-American War, or the Spanish War, there was this organization. It was called the Anti-Imperialist League. It kind of sounds communist or something like that, but it wasn't. It was basically kind of, it was of the temperance, women's emancipation, and abolitionist strata. Or it contained a lot of that social strata. And I think the main focus about why the Anti-Imperialist League was founded was because they felt that acquiring overseas possessions would lead to financial loss, or to kind of very faulty financial gains, a lot of financial loss. It would lead to corruption, to government corruption. Never mind the fact that you already by then had like the Gilded Age and the robber barons and corruption in government anyways, even without overseas possessions. But their argument was that these people would not be given the same rights and liberties, and therefore it was wrong to take these colonies and rule over them. And it was basically promoting tyranny or something like that. And that it was just wrong and un-American to treat foreign people in this kind of way. Ultimately, the pro-imperialist camp won the day. The pro-imperialist camp ultimately won out in that regard. So, we have this change in foreign policy. And actually, in the first episode where I was talking about the beginning of American foreign policy, the Spanish-American War was actually brought up. This very war was actually brought up, where we discussed that, a lot of people agree or seem to think that the time when American foreign policy and aggressive expansionism began was during this war, and that this was the pretext for everything that happened subsequently. Now, that's not really true. Long before the Spanish-American War, even as far back as the 1850s, even before the Civil War, even as far back as the American Revolution, there was already these talks about breaking out of American isolationism or America's isolation, acquiring overseas possessions, trying to mimic the British Empire in its own way, in its own light. Try to mimic the British Empire, try to have these overseas possessions to extend the glory and the prestige of the American Republic, and just overall outwardly expand and extend American influence. So this is the first real Pax Americana. This is the real beginning of America's projection overseas onto other continents and other territories. And the Spanish-American War played a very big role in creating this very aggressive and forward-looking, quasi-racist and imperialistic kind of mindset. But if you go back to 1783, the Founding Fathers were in no position to try to expand overseas. For one thing, the British Navy wouldn't have allowed it, because we had just fought a war of independence with them. We had just fought a war of independence with those guys. Of course, they weren't going to let us expand overseas. The Spanish would have definitely not allowed America to just send a very small military squadron to Central or South America. So they had to be more careful. The Founding Fathers in the late 18th century had to be a lot more cautious and careful. When you get to the mid-19th century, America's already branched out from the Atlantic to the Pacific. There's enough population, and America's already overtaking like the British, the English, the Scots, and the French, and like the Prussians in terms of manufacturing output, industrial output, population-wise. America's population surpasses a lot of European countries at this stage. And there's a lot of filibustering. There's a lot of filibustering expeditions that go to like Nicaragua, to Colombia, Venezuela. And these are kind of like the early banana wars of the 1800s. Primarily for economic interest, economic pursuits, and whatnot. Again, the Mexican-American War is an early version of this. So you can finally say that now that all of the contiguous states, the 48 main contiguous states on the continent, are pacified. No more wars with the Indians. The Confederates have been beaten. The South has been beaten. The Indians have been beaten. you have the contigual 48 states. And then finally, Alaska and Hawaii, Puerto Rico, Guam, Midway, and the Philippines have also been taken. So finally, the United States is moving nicely along into a more international global position. Or a more internationalist position in that regard. So naturally, with greater economic progress, a greater population, and just greater progress overall economically, and also the racial sciences of the day and the cultural biases of the day, it's only natural that it would funnel the idea of to pursue overseas colonies. So like now the United States is itself, the Union itself is actually expanding and acquiring overseas colonies and building an empire. And there is, of course, some opposition to a degree. There is some opposition from the newly emerging progressivist movement. Kind of the early emerging progressives. And just overall stuff like that. But at the end of the day, the pro-imperialism camp wins. Like, the people in American society who want to have overseas possessions, their voices are heard more. They win out, and the interventionists win out, and this is just a big turning point in American overseas policy.
Early phase of history, it was always something that was very selective. The conventional narrative says that, well, we were isolationist up until the time of the Spanish-American War, or some people even say up until the First World War, but that's not true at all. I mean, if you go back and actually look at the history of American foreign policy, what you see is that from the beginning, as you were saying, there was always this expansionist impulse. I mean, even prior to the Revolution, there was a westward expansion going on the part of the colonies. That was one of the issues that led to the conflict with England. And then, if you examine the writings of the first generation of American leaders, they're talking about how they have their sights on Central America and Cuba and places like that. And you see that on into the pre-Civil War period and beyond. So it's not that the Americans practice isolationism in the sense of having a non-interventionist foreign policy like say I guess like the Swiss do today, or the Icelanders or Swedes or something. It wasn't that at all. This westward expansion was always there. It was always about subjugating groups that got in the way.
So there are these third parties, guys like Ron Paul, and just like these libertarians, and they'll tell you that prior to 1898, prior to World War I or the Spanish War, America was like Switzerland. Like America was this giant isolationist and non-interventionist country like Switzerland or Sweden, Ireland or Iceland. And the simple reality is that's just not at all the case. The first generation of the Founding Fathers advocated. If you remember, I talked about the Burr Conspiracy of 1801, 1800, 1801, or the Louisiana Purchase, etc. So, America was never like Switzerland, Sweden, Ireland, or Denmark, or whatever. America was always on the warpath from the beginning. America had intentions of invading and annexing Canada in the Revolution and War of 1812. You know, the idea, of course, is expressed in the Constitution. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that all men are endowed with certain unalienable rights. Okay? In the 18th and even in the 19th century, even today, those kind of phrases and words are very revolutionary. There is very much a revolutionary zeal in the foundations of Americanism and spreading these ideas across the whole world. The concept of the exceptional nation. Now, when it comes to the 18th and 19th century, and probably also the 20th century up until the Second World War, I don't really think that Americans saw themselves as an exceptional nation. Certainly a very special and messianic guided country, but not exceptional. I think that started this idea of American exceptionism really starts here with the Spanish-American War. And this is when all of these ideas consecrated out of the Revolution and the Civil War, these Jacobin ideals, kind of Jacobin and Puritan ideas and Calvinist ideas, they finally consolidate and solidify in this period, usually with this war right here, the Spanish-American War, and the complete ferment and consolidation of these principles.
The expansion, whether it was the South or whether it was the Native American nations. And once that was effectively achieved, once the South was defeated, once the Native Americans were defeated, they continued to expand onward into the Pacific, and they annexed Hawaii and Guam and the Philippines, and into the Caribbean, and where they got Cuba and Puerto Rico, and as far back as at least the 1850s, maybe earlier. American soldiers were invading Nicaragua and places in Central America. So that's always been there. It's not like that was something that was new when the Spanish-American War developed. I think that I suppose it could be argued that the Spanish-American War represented a formal change in policies on a certain level, but it was really just a continuation of what was being done previously on an informal level. So there's a very consistent history there that's throughout the entirety of American foreign policy.
Yes, one of the questions that was brought up in the debates between the anti-imperialists and the imperialists in the Spanish-American War was, how could a nation that was founded on rebelling against an empire for its rights then become an empire and impose its vision of human rights on other people, like in the Philippines. The other thing that's interesting is you mentioned Latin America, Central America. We see beginning in the Spanish-American War this attempt to transplant the American way of life to other parts of the globe. And as we see time and time again, it doesn't work. We never made the Philippines into a little America. We never made Guam or Puerto Rico into a little America, nor Cuba for that matter. And we saw the failures relatively early, that we weren't going to be able to mold these people in our own image. You could write a U.S. Constitution for them. You could have them dress like Americans. But at the end of the day, they're radically different cultures. And for them to develop this kind of a government, they need to have the sort of indigenous cultural attitudes that would allow them to maintain that kind of a government. And this has been a long problem with American intervention since at least the Spanish-American War, because we think that we can just we think that all human beings are fundamentally fungible with no innate culture or nature. And so we can just go over there and give them democracy, and then they'll just take it, and boom, you got, the United States in Manila, the United States in Havana. But it doesn't work that way. And as we see today in the current Middle East, it doesn't work that way either. It's the same idea, and it leads to the same disastrous results.
Yeah, there's always been this aspect of American culture, political culture, that asserts a kind of American supremacy in a way that it's almost a kind of quasi-religion. There was an interesting essay written back in the late 1960s by Robert Bellah, a sociologist of religion, who wrote an article called "The Civil Religion in America," and he talks about how there's actually a kind of civil religion that's associated with the American state, that it's not Christianity, but it borrows from Christianity in certain ways, but it also borrows from deism and from the Enlightenment. But it's this idea that there's this kind of deistic supreme being, that's providential force, that's guiding American history with this kind of special concern for America as this kind of nation that has this special destiny. And of course, if you have that kind of view of your own society or your own culture or state or whatever, then naturally you're going to be looking to impose it on other people, because you assume, almost as a presumption, that other people want what you have. Well, I know when the war in Iraq was going on, a lot of the neocon types were making that kind of argument, that only the people in the Middle East, they want to be just like us. They want to be Americans. In fact, they were even saying that the arguments to the contrary were racist, because they were saying, well, that's racist to say that Arabs, for example, do not aspire to the ideals that Americans hold or whatever. Without any consideration of the fact that they might have their own ideals. And I've heard that argument made in a lot of different contexts as well, by people who have absolutely no understanding of the way that people in other cultures think. But it's true that efforts to export the American system have not worked very well at all. I suppose you could say that in Western Europe, after World War II, those nations were largely remade in the image of the United States, but they already had the kind of Enlightenment, liberal Republican tradition that had been established previously. And in Japan and in South Korea and places like that, I suppose you could say that American-like ideas have taken root there somewhat, but they've also been adapted to the culture in a different way that a lot of Americans probably would find strange or odd. So when you're trying to export ideologies to other societies, it usually doesn't work very well, because it requires that people think according to a set of abstractions that they're not accustomed to. In fact, even the communists during the late 20th century, during the decolonialization period, although certainly a lot of the anti-colonial movements were led and organized by communists, they would always try to adopt their ideology to the local culture, if purely for opportunistic reasons. But for example, the Shining Path in Peru used to try to claim that they were fighting for the restoration of this primordial Inca civilization. They called themselves Inca Maoists, and they did that to gain the loyalty of the indigenous people in rural Peru. Even Pol Pot in Cambodia, initially they were claiming to be fighting for the restoration of the medieval Cambodian civilization and the traditional monarchy and things of that nature. And you see this in a lot of different contexts. So the Americans do have this idea that somehow everybody around the world wants to be just like us. I mean, even to the point of denigrating the Europeans. I remember, again, during the Iraq War, you had guys like Donald Rumsfeld talking about old Europe. What do we need them for? When France declined to participate in the war. And it's really a parochial way of thinking. It's interesting how this strand of thought in American political culture is on one hand extremely universalist in a kind of Jacobin sense. On one hand, everyone aspires to be free like us. People must, people must be forced to be free. On the other hand, it's also extremely parochial, and it's in the sense that it's so nationalistic in a way. It's so bent on this idea that there's this one national culture that's somehow superior to all the others. Sort of a cognitive dissonance there, I guess, in a certain way. And you see that all throughout American history. I mean, you see that even during the period of the Vietnam War. You see the Johnson administration trying to remake South Vietnam in the image of the United States. So it's certainly it's an ongoing, it's something that's fundamental to American cultural and intellectual life. I think you see these, House intellectuals, court intellectuals that continue to push this idea, whether it's the neocons or the liberal internationalists or whomever.
Yes. One of the aspects of.
All right, so. In addition to the change in foreign policy, the big shift of foreign policy and kind of this pivot where America really does begin to export its revolution or its way of revolution and sort of the Jacobin revolution traits. It exports it overseas to these Spanish colonies. When it takes Hawaii, which was not a Spanish colony, it was an independent kingdom, then it was a republic, and then it was an American territory. Guam, the Philippines, Cuba, and Puerto Rico, and Midway, and etc., etc. It has this notion of cultural superiority. Like, Americans feel that there's a controversy that because America was once itself a colony or a colonial dependency, and because it had declared independence on the juxtaposition that it was being oppressed by its colonial overlords, and so the Americans rebelled and declared independence, it seemed very hypocritical for America in its own right to conquer and rule these other territories as colonies and to tax them, which it did anyways, regardless. And it led to this entire whole rift between the pro-imperialist and the anti-imperialists, and this pro-imperialist club, anti-imperialist, and so on. And it was very reminiscent of the Stalinist and the Trotskyists in the very early Soviet Union. It was kind of reminiscent of like the Trotskyists and the Stalinists at one point and another and stuff. But the pro-imperialist side basically saw that it was America's obligation to spread the Constitution and American civilization, the American way of life, and export it overseas in the sense of cultural imperialism. Liberia in West Africa is a good example of this. It was actually founded for freed slaves to go over across the Atlantic and create this state called Liberia. And it was kind of like this free African society thing. It was done by Utopianist. It was created by a Utopianist. Of course, Cuba got its independence because of American intervention. And then later the Philippines too. But it was felt that it was justified in order to help to spread the ideals of liberty and like higher civilization and like this Jacobin Enlightenment liberal ideas, or the liberal ideas of the Enlightenment, and spread it with this very Jacobin mentality. And so there's this whole notion that started with the Spanish-American War about America is an exceptional nation and the entire world must be remade in the image of America. And up until quite recently, this was very paramount in American foreign policy. This idea that Americans are just better than everybody else, and that everyone should just basically mimic American norms and American interpretations. And it kind of started generally around this period. But as has been shown time and time again, this is just not the case. Americans are very bad at trying to remake societies in their image. Up until 1898, this was largely successful, remaking these new territories in America's image. But after 1898, it changed. Because now the peoples of these territories that America won from Spain were very much culturally different from Americans. And it was just not going to be possible for that to be done. And you see this same mistake happen in the Korean and Vietnam War, and especially in South Vietnam. And America floundered badly. America absolutely just messed up big time in the Vietnam War with South Vietnam. Because the South Vietnamese just were not going to accept American cultural imperialism. And ultimately, because America tried way too hard, and Americans just went out of their way to basically demonstrate that the South Vietnamese were inferior, it ultimately backfired on America, and that's one of the reasons why the Viet Cong won. Because they had a cultural relatedness to the South, and they were culturally similar enough, even though they lived under very different systems of government, to where the South Vietnamese were ultimately willing to join with the North, with North Vietnam under a communist government even, that they would prefer that to American cultural imperialism. Because, again, it goes back to civilization, societal and civilizational differences, cultural differences, and just overall just human nature. Of course, South Vietnam was going to choose the North over America. Like, there was just no way that, having just been decolonized and fought successfully for freedom against France, that they were just going to accept Americanization. It was just being pushed too hard and too fast on them, and it backfired on the Americans.
Parochial in the sense that it's so nationalistic in a way. It's so bent on this idea that there's this one national culture that's somehow superior to all the others. Sort of a cognitive dissonance there, I guess, in a certain way. Um, and you see that all throughout American history. I mean, you see that even during the period of the Vietnam War. You see the Johnson administration trying to remake South Vietnamese like us. I mean, even to the point of denigrating the Europeans. I remember ideology to the local culture, if purely for opportunistic reasons. But for example, these Shining Path in Peru used to try to claim that they were fighting for the restoration of this primordial Inca civilization. They called themselves Inca Maoists, and they did that to gain the loyalty of the indigenous people in rural Peru. And even Pol Pot in Cambodia, initially they were claiming to be fighting for the restoration of the medieval Cambodian civilization and the traditional monarchy and things of that nature. And you see this in a lot of different contexts. So the Americans do have this idea that somehow everybody around the world wants to be just like us. I mean, even to the point of denigrating the Europeans. I remember, again, during the Iraq War, you had guys like Donald Rumsfeld. Ideology to the local culture, if purely for opportunistic reasons. But for example, these Shining Path in Peru used to try to claim that they were. I've heard that argument made in a lot of different contexts as well by people who have absolutely no understanding of the way that people in other cultures think. But it's true that efforts to export the American system have not worked very well at all. I suppose you could say that in Western Europe, after World War II, those nations were largely remade in the end.
So, I'm kind of getting a little bit ahead, but regarding Europe after World War II, the Europeans already had experience with Enlightenment republicanism at one point or another. Even some of the Central Europeans, and perhaps even Eastern Europeans, they had at different times experiences with a limited franchise democracy. Germany, of course, had already been through the Weimar Republic. And so after World War II, this idea that once denazification occurred and demilitarization had occurred, like Germany was basically, West Germany was made or remade into this image of an American democracy. That's just simply not the case. It was easier to model these European states on the American model of governance and the American way of doing things, because these Europeans had already, for one thing, a lot of Americans had been immigrants or descendants of immigrants that had come from Europe. So there was cultural and ethnic relations in that regard to a degree. And the Americans had already had experience with doing this. And then places like South Korea and Japan, for one thing, the Americans put in a lot more effort. The Americans were already going through like the New Deal, or had gone through the New Deal and the New Deal gains and stuff, and a lot of new concepts and ideas. And they exported that over to Japan and South Korea, and it was just successful. But just because it was successful with South Korea, Japan, and Taiwan, and West Germany, and Italy, and later Poland, doesn't mean that it would have been successful with the Arab states. I can't even believe that, they're saying that during the Iraq War, that it was actually considered to be racist to Arabs if you didn't believe that the Arabs could literally adopt the American way of life or the American way of doing things, business and government wise or democratic wise, and that the Arabs had the ability to become democratic from adapting to American conditions and circumstances. That's just prudently ridiculous, but you actually see how biased Americans are in this regard. And yet, so many Americans simply just do not care at all about other cultures, how other cultures exist and how other cultures live. And then they do this kind of stuff, and it's no small wonder that Americans are so viscerally hated and sometimes outright denounced. Like, China and Russia will never be second Americas. Like, there's never going to be a Chinese modeled, an American modeled China, or an American modeled Russia. It's just never going to happen. They're too illiberal. They're such illiberal societies. They're never going to go in for that Jacobinism. So there is this sense of a revolutionary or Jacobin universalism and a nationalistic parochialism. And this is one of the biggest contrasts that people find in Americans, that other peoples find in Americans, but they don't fully understand how Americans can be so tolerant, even to the point of borderless universalism in the Jacobin sense, and in the Jacobin sense of it all, this universal brotherhood of man from the Enlightenment, that derive from the Enlightenment, but then how Americans can also at the same time be nationalist and parochial, patriotic, and even outright just war hawks to the point of hating other nationalities. It's something that Europeans have talked about a lot. But anyways, let's continue.
Of the United States, but they already had the kind of Enlightenment, liberal Republican tradition that had been established previously. And in Japan and in South Korea and places like that, I suppose you could say that American-like ideas have taken root there somewhat, but they've also been adapted to the culture in a different way that a lot of Americans probably would find strange or odd. So when you're trying to export ideologies to other societies, it usually doesn't work very well, because it requires that people think according to a set of abstractions that they're not accustomed to. In fact, even the communists during the late 20th century, during the decolonialization period, and during the Iraq War, you had guys like parochial, and you see that even during the period of the Vietnam War, you see the Johnson administration trying to remake South Vietnam in the image of the United States. So it's certainly it's an ongoing, it's something that's fundamental to American cultural and intellectual life. I think you see these house intellectuals, court intellectuals that continue to push this idea, whether it's the neocons or the liberal internationalists or whomever.
Yes. One of the aspects of the war itself that Kenning gets into is he argued that from American interests, going back as far as the Grant presidency, that the sort of instability in Cuba was detrimental. We perceived it as detrimental to our wider economic and political hegemony in the region. And he seems to argue that the motivation for America entering the war was very emotive. He argues that the peaceful methods were not exhausted, and in fact were working. But a week or two before the actual declaration of war took place, the U.S. ambassador in Spain had pretty much got a concession on everything that we had wanted them to do in Cuba. But it was ultimately those ultimatums were not the real reason why we went to fight Spain, because Spain admittedly gave in to almost all of the demands. He seems to argue, and I think Kennan's probably somewhat correct about this, is there was a cabal or clique within the government that had very imperialist ambitions, that used the press, that inflamed the massive jingoism. The Americans at the time were very jingoistic, and if their honor was offended, they'd go off to war and fight somebody for it. And so with the incident of the battleship Maine, which was blamed on the Spanish, which is quite ludicrous. The Spanish would have had no reason to sink the Maine. It was in all likelihood an accident when I think the boiler overheated. But we were able to somehow connect that with the Spanish and use that as a part of a pretext to go to war. Now, what's very interesting, when this supports Kennan's sort of secret cabal argument, is that the initial declaration really only gave the U.S. Armed Forces a license to do combat activities in Puerto Rico and Cuba. But almost as soon as war was declared, Admiral Perry sails out to the Philippines and destroys the Spanish fleet in Manila Bay. And Theodore Roosevelt, he includes as one of these conspirators. And it seems very strange that as soon as the war starts, even though there's no actual mandate to go to the Philippines, it's almost like it was pre-planned. And when war starts, they just, boom, go to the Philippines. And even more unusual is we then send troops to occupy the Philippines, to destroy the Spanish forces there. And by destroying the Spanish forces and Spanish government in the Philippines, we created a power vacuum. And either if we didn't fill it, he thinks that probably Japan, Germany, or Britain would have, and that's likely true. At that point, if we had wiped out the Spanish garrison in the Philippines, in all likelihood, England, the Germans, or the Japanese would have competed to take over. But why do that, right? Unless there's some broader plan that wasn't immediately clear. So he seems to view the origin of the war as a combination of mass war hysteria on the part of the population, which needed very little provocation to go to war, and a secretive clique or cabal that had broader imperialist ambitions.
Another issue, too, I think, gets to the ideological factors that were involved. Clearly, there were the imperialistic ambitions, and clearly economic ambitions were a big part of that. But it's also the fact that Spain symbolized the old world in so many ways. The fact that Spain had actually been one of the conquerors of the Western Hemisphere, along with the British and later the Americans, and that for a time Spain had been a rival in the Western Hemisphere, an imperial rival. And more than that, the fact that Spain represented this old world traditionalist Catholic culture. I think that a lot of Americans, that probably had a very powerful appeal, in the sense that, well, here we are, this enlightened, progressive, democratic, Republican American society. We're finally defeating Spain, and we're pushing aside the legacy of the old world. I think that probably entered into it a tremendous degree. Also, I suspect that there was probably something of a religious rivalry that fed the war fever, given that Spain is predominantly a Catholic nation, and the United States is predominantly, or at least, really still predominantly a Protestant nation. But it's also true, though, that this was during the same time as that capitalism in the United States was really consolidating its position. This is at the tail end of the Gilded Age, and this is at shortly after the robber baron period, and this is the time when major capitalist powers around the world are in the process of carving up their own colonial empires. It was during the 19th century, for example, that the so-called Rape of Africa took place, and during the same period, all of the major European powers are starting to establish their colonies and consolidate their position all throughout Asia and Africa as well. So I think certainly the United States saw that happening and really wanted to get on the bandwagon with that, and naturally saw the Caribbean, Central and South America, and the Pacific as their natural reign of, their natural sphere of influence in that sense, and this would be the American colonial sphere.
Yes. Now, the Philippines really become, even though they weren't the flashpoint for the war, the Philippines really becomes the focal point of the war, and as well as the subsequent Filipino insurrection, which has largely been forgotten, but in many ways could be analogous to America's first Vietnam, which we were successful in this situation.
All right, so what we have going on here is just like in the American Revolution and in the Civil War. We have the same Jacobin liberal revolutionism, kind of not liberal as we know today, but classical liberalism. Although even by then, because of the Industrial Revolution and the changeover to factories and cities and urbanism, that type of classical liberalism of the Enlightenment period was already starting to fade out. That kind of old school Victorian liberalism was starting to fade out even before the end of the 19th century, but and also Protestant exceptionalism. American exceptionalism is derived from Protestant exceptionalism. That kind of old school liberalism is very heavily Protestant centric in a sense. So just only a couple of months. Let me see again.
War hysteria on the part of the population. We created a power vacuum, and either if we didn't fill it, he thinks almost as soon as war was declared. Very interesting when this supports Kennan's sort of secret cabal argument. The massive jingoism. The U.S. ambassador in Spain had proved that the sort of instability in Cuba was detrimental. We perceived it as detrimental to our wider economic and political.
So, for about 30 to 40 years prior to the Spanish-American War, there was this Cuban insurgency. Cuban revolutionaries were fighting this very long and perturbed war. First in the form of a slave uprising, and then has an actual insurgent war for Cuban independence. And it was causing a lot of instability, and there was a lot of outcry and outpour from the American public, and the Spanish were doing bad things to the Cubans, but it was very highly upplayed in the American press. And there was just a lot of war jingoism, in the American public. I think people just wanted war. But like I said before, there was a secret cabal in the government that George Keenan talks about. George Keenan, I think, was a historian. He was from the von Mises Institute. And he talked about the secret cabal and all of that stuff. And what is interesting is that the Spanish actually were willing to fulfill all the things that the American ambassador asked for. And they did it. In terms of like reforms and more humane treatment of Cubans and Filipinos, the Spanish did it. But because a boiler accidentally blew up nothing to do with a torpedo or nothing like that, in Havana Harbor, and the Maine went down, the American public, which were highly jingoistic, said that the Maine, remember the Maine, fight and attack Spain. And so the secret cabal played it off, as George Kennan said, and ultimately America went to war against Spain, against the old Spanish Empire. And so American soldiers landed in Spain. A naval commander went to the Pacific and defeated and destroyed basically the entire Spanish fleet in Havana Harbor. In Manila Bay. So in the Battle of Manila Bay, the American fleet wiped out almost the entire Spanish Navy. Like, they just completely wiped out. Actually, the thumbnail of this stream, I think, is of that battle. The Battle of Manila Bay. So, very quickly, America landed an expedition in the Philippine Islands, and they laid siege and took siege. And after a pretty long and protracted siege, they took over Manila Bay, or took over Manila in the Philippines. And then largely after that, with the help of Filipino rebels and revolutionaries, America got the Philippines. In Cuba, the American Army and Navy very successfully and quite quickly invaded Cuba, won the Battle of Santiago de Cuba and the Battle of San Juan Hill. And this was actually the battle that made Teddy Roosevelt and the Rough Riders famous and well known throughout America. It also helped him to win the White House later on down in his career.
Hegemony in the region. Kennan's probably somewhat correct about this. Is there was a cabal or clique within the government that had very imperialist ambition. Very interesting when this supports Kennan's sort of secret cabal argument, is that the initial declaration really only gave the U.S. Armed Forces a license to do combat activities in Puerto Rico and Cuba. But almost as soon as war was declared, Admiral Perry sails out to the Philippines and destroys the Spanish fleet in Manila Bay. And Theodore Roosevelt, he includes as one of these conspirators. And it seems very strange that as soon as the war starts, even though there's no actual mandate to go to the Philippines, it's almost like it was pre-planned. And when war starts, they just, boom, go to the Philippines. And even more unusual is we then send troops to occupy the Philippines, to destroy the Spanish forces there. And by destroying the Spanish forces and Spanish government in the Philippines, we created a power vacuum. And either if we didn't fill it, he thinks that probably Japan, Germany, or Britain would have, and that's likely true. At that point, if we had wiped out the Spanish garrison in the Philippines, in all likelihood, England, the Germans, or the Japanese would have competed to take over. But why do that, right? Unless there's some broader plan that wasn't immediately clear. So,
like I said before, the Spanish Parliament and the U.S. Congress was full of Freemasons and a pro-war cabal that basically corresponded to taking over these overseas possessions and turning them into extensions of the formal and emergent American empire. It was just basically a pretext by this secret war, pro-war cabal of William McKinley's administration and some Freemasons to and businessmen and others to just capitalists overall to just take over these areas. Cuba was a very good place to make refined sugar, to grow sugar cane, and the Philippines were very good for rubber. And the automobile industry and the sugar processing industries were growing at this time. The automobile had just been invented, and it required rubber to make the wheels for motor cars. So the Philippines were good for that. Sugary products and sweets. Cuba was good for growing sugar, so it kind of made sense. And it fell in line with the attitudes of the day. The American crowd was very easily given to hysteria and jingoism and just war cry feelings, and also it merited the imperialism of the day. The Europeans were scrambling for colonies in Africa. The entire African continent was being scrambled up with European colonies. The Middle East was starting to be colonized as well. China was on the verge of collapsing, with all of the different European states making enclaves and like these mandates in China. And the entire world was just really on the move with just this growth of imperialism. And in just a handful of years, the British Empire expanded massively, even more so than America's expansion. Like, in just a handful of years, the British Empire in Africa grew like thrice in size. And before long, the British had colonies from the Cape up to Cairo, right all the way from Egypt and the Sudan down to South Africa, the Cape to Cairo. And they had India and Pakistan and Australia and all of Canada. And the British at one point were seizing more land than the Americans were. So this is the new imperialism. The Germans were also getting on board, and later so did the Japanese. And then, of course, just as with the Revolution and the Civil War, there was this notion that Spain was a very traditional Roman Catholic country, and it was just this old world, anachronistic, backward society that was Catholic, anachronistic, and just this backward, retrograde, old world system that needed to be overthrown and toppled by the right of freedom, the right of liberation of a free people, and that America, being a Protestant and free liberal society, was fighting this illiberal old order and stuff. There was also religion. Spain was Catholic, although it was a lot of its government was under a Freemasonic cabinet. And America was a Protestant country, and so kind of a religious aspect played a hand too. And so by getting out this old world European power and bringing the right of freedom and a new world modeled Enlightenment liberal society and civilizing mission to these people that were under Spanish tyranny, would help the people, would free the people, and all this kind of nonsense. That was just the age.
This is the time when major capitalist powers around the world are in the process of carving up their own colonial empires. It's also true, though, that this was during the same time as that capitalism in the United States was really consolidating its position. This is at the tail end of the Gilded Age, and this is at shortly after the robber baron period. And this is the time when major capitalist powers around the world are in the process of carving up their own colonial empires. It was during the 19th century, for example, that the so-called Rape of Africa took place, and during the same period, all of the major European powers are starting to establish their colonies and consolidate their position all throughout Asia and Africa as well. So I think certainly the United States saw that happening and really wanted to get on the bandwagon with that, and actually saw the Caribbean, Central and South America, and the Pacific as their natural reign of, their natural sphere of influence in that sense, and this would be the American colonial sphere.
Yes, yes. Now, the Philippines really become, even though they weren't the flashpoint for the war, the Philippines really becomes the focal point of the war, and as well as the subsequent Filipino insurrection, which has largely been forgotten, but in many ways could be analogous to America's first Vietnam, which we were successful in this situation. But the methods and brutality of the U.S. occupying forces was really incredible. Generally, U.S. figures are going to be around 200,000 to 250,000 people were slaughtered by the Americans, of which maybe 90% were civilian in this process. And some Filipino historians argue that it could be as high as 1 million to 1.5 million. I think both reasons have self-serving figures for choosing the numbers they do. The Filipinos would like to have the numbers a little bit higher to boost their victim status, and we want them to be a little bit lower to absolve us of any guilt. And one of America's truly vicious officers and commanders was shown in the Filipino insurrection, Jacob H. Smith, and he gave his infamous order, and it was carried out by Major Littleton Walker. And he said, "I want no prisoners. I wish you to kill and burn. The more you kill and burn, the better it will please me. I want all persons killed who are capable of bearing arms in actual hostilities against the United States," General Jacob H. Smith said. Since it was a popular belief amongst the Americans serving in the Philippines that the native males were born with bolos in their hands, Major Littleton Tony Walker asked, "I would like to know the limit of age to respect, sir." 10 years, Smith said. "Persons of 10 years and older are those designated as being capable of bearing arms?" "Yes," Smith confirmed his instructions a second time. Now, this is really incredible. This is literally the level of Genghis Khan. When Genghis Khan united the Mongol tribes, and he conquered the Merkids and Tartars and other neighboring tribes, he would do a policy of wiping out the generation old enough to remember life before Genghis Khan. And it was called the linchpin. They would basically line up people to a wagon's linchpin and then kill them, anybody taller than the linchpin of the wagon wheel, with the intent being that the people that survived would know nothing else but Genghis Khan. And this kind of, maybe 10 years of age, maybe even younger, depending on how the average height of the Mongolian would be. But we see tactics essentially taken out of the pages of Tamerlane or Genghis Khan being actively advocated for by U.S. soldiers. Now, when Walker was later tried after the war for war crimes, his excuse, which held in court, mind you, was I was only following orders. Whereas a scant 46 years later at Nuremberg doesn't hold any water. So the hypocrisy here is really off the charts. The fact that we can commit, frankly, genocide in the Philippines, and soldiers that were guilty of these crimes can be excused by only following orders. And then about 50 years later, German soldiers that are being tried for the same kinds of activities claim we only followed orders. And that isn't enough in court. Well, why was it not enough for them, but it was enough for people who participated in the Philippine insurrection? And another level of hypocrisy as well is in recent times, we've seen a lot of focus on the German colonial possessions in Africa, specifically in Namibia and present-day Tanzania. And there's the brutal Herero War, which was prosecuted, I forget his name now, but the local German commander, von Trotha, was very brutal in his suppression of the Herero uprising. Tactics on par with Jacob Smith, driving him into the desert to starve to death. And a lot has been made of that, maybe it's a proto neo-Nazis. It's some ridiculous theories like that. But most estimates of, even at the highest estimates of the death toll during the Herero War and the pacification of German Southwest Africa is about 100,000 people. Those would be the lower estimates, around 30,000. So the lowest estimates for U.S. genocide in the Philippines is twice the highest estimates of the Germans in the Herero War. And yet you hear that all the time, and yet not a word, not a peep about what went on in the Philippines. And so, given the double standard with following orders we see in the Philippines and we see in Nuremberg, and given the fact that Trotha's behavior, while reprehensible, was no worse than, and probably not even as bad as, the policy of Jacob Smith and the U.S. occupying force in the Philippines, just really shows you the level of hypocrisy of these jingoist imperialists. It gets to the point where, at Nuremberg, one of the statements that was made by Hermann Goering, which is absolutely true, in the eyes of the court, the Nazis were not guilty because of their crimes. They were guilty because they lost. Had they won, they wouldn't be on trial, as the Soviet and American war criminals weren't on trial.
Yeah, well, ultimately, that's what a lot of it comes down to, as they say, the victim.
All right. We're getting near the end. I'm trying to close to the end as fast as I can. I gotta go take another piss. That's what's taking so long, is that. Alright, so anyways, we're finally getting into the 20th century, and I'm glad. Whilst I kind of would have liked to have, gotten a bit more into, the antebellum period, and some of the earlier American history, I'm actually relieved that I finally made it into the 20th century. We're getting to the World Wars, where there's going to be a lot of talk about atrocities and very gigantic military fatalities. And it seems, it really does seem that the 20th century is cursed with just massive, massive bloodshed. It's as if 1899 has the clock of December 31st, 1899, turned to 12 a.m. of January 1st, 1900. That right at that very second, some kind of genocide was going on. And the 1900s, even the very opening years of the 1900s, there's already massacres and genocide. Whether it is the Armenian murders in the Ottoman Empire, or the the pogroms against the Ashkenazi Jews in Russia, or the in Tsarist Russia, the Filipino insurrection, or the Boer Wars that the British fought in South Africa, the Boxer Rebellion, just everywhere around the world at the beginning of the 20th century, there's just some type of massacre that takes place. And so the 20th century is a very unique century in that while it was a century of prosperity and scientific breakthrough, it was also a century of man-made famines and just predetermined genocide. And right at the beginning of the 20th century, America has its very own Vietnam, or Proto-Vietnam, in the Philippines. At the time it was called the Filipino Insurrection, and today it is called the Filipino-American War, or the Filipino-U.S. War. And it wasn't really a war between, the Philippines were not actually a state. So basically the first Filipino Republic, or the first Filipino Federation, was fighting a war for independence, first against the Spanish and then against the Americans. And Jacob M. Smith, or Jacob J. Smith, committed an outright brutal slaughter and genocide of Filipinos. And there were these rumors and stories going around that Filipinos were just naturally adept at tomahawks. They were just really good at throwing tomahawks and bows and arrows and all this other stuff. And that the Americans had to be on guard. They had to be very watchful, and they had to be on guard, because even the Filipino children were very capable of just one-shotting out an American soldier or many American soldiers with a tomahawk or a boomerang or some weird thing like that. And so they had to make sure that they slaughtered the entire population of Filipino insurrectionists, including the women and the children. And so the order given was to shoot anyone that was capable of bearing arms against the Americans. And when asked, they decided to kill anyone over the age of 10. Wipe out and kill anyone over the age of 10 who is capable of bearing arms or holding weapons. And so you could compare this to Genghis Khan. And like when Genghis Khan and his horde would invade or take over the northern Chinese or the Persians, or they would invade or like take over a territory, they would line up all the children and everyone that was over a certain size or over a certain age. And they would kill every single one of them, man, women, and child alike. Wipe out everyone over a certain age. Because the idea was that nobody that was old enough to remember before Genghis Khan could not be allowed to live. Only those who knew and feared and respected Genghis Khan were allowed to live another day. And that was like the brutality of the Mongol conquest in the 1200s. But this is the beginning of the 1900s, and this stuff is going on. The United States is putting down a Filipino revolt, a Filipino kind of insurrection, colonial revolt, and the United States puts it down, and it is successful. And then later on, Jacob J. Smith is put on trial. And his excuse is that he was just following orders from his superior, and he's acquitted. And then not even 40 years later, or 47 years later, the same thing is done. There is another trial. 47 years later, it is called the Nuremberg War Crimes Tribunal. And the Germans say the same thing. And it isn't good enough. And what's interesting about this is that Hermann Göring said that the Germans were not being tried because they had done something wrong. They were being tried because they were on the losing side. And that's just very interesting. So, there is the saying that the victors write history. Now, I don't support anything that the National Socialists or the Nazis did. I absolutely do not support that. I will talk more in detail about that when I cover the Second World War. But right now, it's like, American Yankee soldiers or American U.S. soldiers, they kill anyone over the age of 10. Slaughter anyone over the age of 10, they get tried and they're acquitted, and that's fine. 47 years later, the Germans do basically the same thing, and they're not acquitted when they go to trial. So it's very bizarre. At the very same time, in Tanzania, in Namibia, von Trotha and the Germans actually drive out the Herero from their lands. They drive out the Nama and Herero people and put them on these long death marches and slaughter and extirpate them in the Imperial German colony of Southwest Africa. Today it's called Namibia. Then it was German Southwest Africa, or Southwest German Africa. And nowadays, these Nama and Herero indigenous massacres are highly publicized, even in Germany and America. But absolutely nothing is talked about regarding the Filipino insurrection. So, talk about double standards.
Standard with following orders we see in the Philippines and we see in Nuremberg, and given the fact that Trotha's behavior, while reprehensible, was no worse than, and probably not even as bad as the policy of Jacob Smith and the U.S. occupying force in the Philippines, just really shows you the level of hypocrisy of these jingoist imperialists. It gets to the point where at Nuremberg, one of the statements that was made by Hermann Göring, which is absolutely true, in the eyes of the court, the Nazis were not guilty because of their crimes. They were guilty because they lost. Had they won, they wouldn't be on trial, as the Soviet and American war criminals weren't on trial.
Yeah, well, ultimately, that's what a lot of it comes down to, as they say, the victor writes history. It's interesting, too, how the American war crimes in the Philippines aren't really well known, even among a lot of people who are fairly studious of these things. I don't see a lot of emphasis on this, the war crimes committed during the Philippine War. It certainly doesn't get the kind of attention that, say, stuff that happened on the North American continent, like the wars with the Indians or slavery.
Yeah, that's very weird. That's so weird about that. I cannot think of a single movie about the Filipino insurrection between 1899 and 1906. There's not a single movie, absolutely nothing. Even Hollywood in recent years has never made a movie on this. And it's really bizarre. It truly is, like, odd that nobody talks about this.
War crimes in the Philippines aren't really well known, even among a lot of people who are uh, fairly studious of these things. I don't see a lot of emphasis on this. The war crimes committed during the Philippine War. It certainly doesn't get the kind of attention that, say, stuff that happened on the North American continent, like the wars with the Indians or slavery or things like that, actually received. It doesn't even get as much attention as, say, that you get from, the critics of the dropping the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki or any of these things. Um, but it is interesting to see how this was a major genocide, a fairly extensive one that was carried out by the Americans. Where possibly the numbers were in the seven figures.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
What were the figures
pacification
again?
of German Southwest Africa is in recent times we've seen a lot of focus on the German colonial possession by U.S. soldiers. Now, when
Yeah, dude, why is there, like, so much of an interest on the Imperial Germans and what they did in their colonies at the expense of, like, what is the deal with that? Like, America had nothing to do with what the Germans were doing in their colonial empire at the start of the 20th century. Like, what's the deal with notice being given to something like that? And not to, like, the Filipino insurrection that occurred at the same time.
people that survived would know nothing else but Genghis Khan. In actual hostilities against the United States, General Jake, both reasons have self-serving figures for choosing the numbers they do to America's first Vietnam, which we were successful in this situation, but the methods and brutality of the U.S. occupying forces was really incredible. Generally, U.S. figures are going to be around 200,000 to 250,000 people were slaughtered by the Americans, of which maybe 90% were civilian in this process. And some Filipino historians argue that it could be as high as 1 million to 1.5 million.
Man, that's crazy, dude. So, American sources say it was 200,000 to 250,000. That's 250,000. Maybe about 500,000. And then Filipino sources claim up to as much as 1.5 million. That's 1,500,000 fatalities. And 90% were armless civilians. Like, unarmed civilians. 90%. So, that is definitely a genocide. All because they were perceived as not being loyal to the United States. And it was the United States that invaded their territory and conquered it, and then wondered why they weren't loyal to the United States. That's just very weird. But stuff like this was the norm of the period, and it really does seem that as 1900 began, or as the 20th century got started, that already you're having these kind of just atrocities happening all across the world. And so the 20th century is not called the century of genocide for nothing.
Was prosecuted, I forget his name now, but the local German commander, von Trotha, was very brutal in his suppression of the Herero uprising. Tactics on par with Jacob Smith, driving them into the desert to starve to death. And a lot has been made of that. Maybe it's a proto neo-Nazis. It's some ridiculous theories like that. But most estimates of, even at the highest estimates of the death toll during the Herero War and the pacification of German Southwest Africa is about 100,000 people. Those would be the lower estimates around 30,000. So the lowest estimates for U.S. genocide in the Philippines is twice the highest estimates of the Germans in the Herero.
All right, so the most lowest estimates of American genocide of Filipinos are twice as high as the highest estimates of the German genocide of the Herero. Okay, that really tells you a lot about the contrasts between the German consideration of past guilt and that of the Americans. So that kind of ought to tell you something a lot.
Jingoist imperialists. It gets to the point where
get the kind of attention that say stuff that happened on the North American continent, like the wars with the Indians or slavery or things like that, actually receive. It doesn't even get as much attention as say that you get from the critics of the dropping the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki or any of these things. But it is interesting to see how this was a major genocide, a fairly extensive one that was carried out by the Americans. Where possibly the numbers were in the seven figures.
Yeah, and again, it can't be stressed enough that this is merely the extension of Atlanta. This is merely the extension of Wounded Knee. It's the same policy that we see extrapolated into the future, and it gets more and more severe, right? You start with burning crops and tearing up railroads, and then you start shelling civilian populations, and then you seek to starve out people so they die off, and then you get to the point where you're dropping atom bombs on people. And it's the natural progression of this way of life. I mean, if Sherman had B-17s and B-24s, he would have been bombing Atlanta rather than having his troops tear up railroad tracks and having his artillery level the city. But this sort of decision that America makes to extend its influence beyond the confines of North America, and especially into the Pacific with the Philippines, in the long run, I think was largely deleterious to American interests, because the Philippines obviously was the main bone of contention with Japan 40 years later. And it was our concern for our presence in the Philippines that was a prime motive for us to become more hard line in our relationship with Japan. Because naturally enough, Japan saw the Philippines as in their sphere of influence, much as we saw Latin America as in our sphere of influence. And in fact, the Japanese would invoke the American Monroe Doctrine for a Japanese Monroe Doctrine in East Asia. They were actually taking our own arguments and using them against us to justify their conquest of China and the South Pacific. And that conflict with Japan could have been largely avoided, in part, if we had little to no colonial investment in East Asia. We still might have been conflict over Chinese markets, but when you actually have American territory and American troops deployed so close to Japan, and Japan has aggressive intentions, you're going to have this sort of confrontation. Well, what I think probably what should have happened in the Pacific was much as what happened in the New World. I think it was in 1494, Spain and Portugal went to the Pope to divide the New World between them to prevent unnecessary aggression between the two of them. And he very famously divided it along basically the line of Brazil on the east for Portugal and the rest going to Spain. There should have been some sort of boundary demarcation in the Pacific between the U.S. and Japan, much like between Spain and Portugal. If such an effort had been made, I think a lot of conflict with the two nations could have been largely avoided.
Yeah, well, the standard line that the Japanese regime took during World War II was that they were liberating East Asia, that they were liberating it from the Western colonialists. From the Americans in the South Pacific, the British and others on the Asian continent, from the Dutch and Indonesia. And of course, now they also had a racial ideology. They also claimed that the Japanese were the superior Asian race, and that therefore they were rightfully the rulers of Asia. But they still had this kind of Asia for the Asians line that they took as well. And I think that's certainly true, is that ultimately what really caused the problems between the United States and Japan was the constant American expansion in the Pacific. If we hadn't have invaded and annexed Hawaii, we wouldn't have had Pearl Harbor to start with, or the battle over the Philippines, or any of that. So that's really where it begins.
Yeah, we're about out of time. Is there anything you want to end with before we wrap this up?
All right, so maybe the ultimate thing about this is the origins of American imperialism. And America's really going out into the world stage. But the origins of the Pacific theater of the Second World War was directly because of America's holding of the Philippines. So, as the 19th century gives into the 20th century, you see the further application of military warfare and the growing civilian fatalities that it causes. And it goes from the burning of Atlanta and the march to the sea and the shelling of Vicksburg to dropping atomic bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. There's actually critics in America and Japan and Europe who say that the atomic bombings were unnecessary. There was also a lot of Catholics in Nagasaki too who were wounded by that, but non-Catholics too, not just Catholics or Christians, but Protestants, Buddhists, and Shinto, or just anyone for that matter, just brutally bombshelled like that. But anyways, the 20th century is going to be a very brutal century of genocide. And the whole thing is just the 20th century begins at the nadir of this new imperialism. And then it ends with the nadir of the Pax Americana and neoliberalism. Like, it ends with this. The 20th century begins with British exceptionalism, and then it ends with American exceptionalism. It's really weird. And it's just very brutal century. But the Japanese were following their own Japanese Monroe Doctrine, which they took from the American Monroe Doctrine. They copied what the Americans were doing with Manifest Destiny, and they just did the same thing and used it against the Americans. And so, one of the reasons for the antagonisms between the United States and Japan, the Empire of Japan, under Hirohito, was because of a large American presence in China, in Shanghai, and in the Philippines. A very large American military naval presence in the Philippines, right next door to Japan. The Philippines is just to the south of Taiwan, and Taiwan was under Japan, or ruled by Japan. And like, the Americans could have easily used the Philippines as like a airstrip to fly bombing planes right over to Japan and bomb their cities. So that was probably one of the reasons why the Japanese wanted to take the Philippines and any islands close enough for like planes to take off and drop bombs and stuff into the Japanese archipelago too. So very early, the origins of the Pacific War can be shown in this instance here. Spain probably was going to sell its colonies like to Germany or to maybe even Japan or to Great Britain at some point. I don't think that Spain was strong enough to really hold on to it by then. And America just swooped in and got up graveled up whatever it could get or whatever it wanted, which is what it basically did. And you see ultimately the roots of the Japanese occupation of the Philippines and the Pacific War, and then also the bombing of Pearl Harbor, absolutely in America's land grab of Hawaii and the different Spanish possessions and whatnot. So anyways, the bottom line is not quite Pax Americana. The British Empire is far larger, and the British actually expand a lot faster than the Americans do. But it's getting there. Very much getting there to it.
And of course, now they also had a racial ideology.
But this is kind of getting a little bit late. But one of the things the Imperial Japanese claimed was that they were liberating Asia. They claimed that Asia was for the Asians, and that they were liberating Asia from the centuries of European foreign colonialism, whether it be the Dutch, the British, the Australians, or the Americans, and that they were fighting for freedom for Asia, and basically creating their own pan-Asian sphere of interest. A Japanese-Asian Monroe Doctrine, basically, where the Japanese would go in and help develop and give money and incentives and aid to these other Asian countries to help it industrialize or whatnot and spread its own particular forms of Japanese capitalism. And then also the Japanese were very racist themselves and believed in Japanese racial superiority over other Asians and even over whites. There's actually a Japanese notion of superiority to whites as well. So the Pacific War was actually kind of a racial war too. There was kind of a racial aspect to the Pacific War, as the Japanese despised the Americans for being hedonist, and the Americans despised the Japanese for being backwards and feudalistic or something like that. Anyways, pretty much we're done now.
Also claimed that the Japanese were the superior Asian race, and that therefore they were rightfully the rulers of Asia, but they still had this kind of Asia for the Asians line that they took as well. And I think that's certainly true, is that ultimately what really caused the problems between the United States and Japan was the constant American expansion in the Pacific. If we hadn't have invaded and annexed Hawaii, we wouldn't have had Pearl Harbor to start with, or the battle over the Philippines, or any of that. So that's really where it begins.
Yeah, we're about out of time. Is there anything you want to end with before we wrap this up?
Since we're on the subject of Japan, we also have to consider that the Americans always had something of an imperial design on Japan as well, given the Commodore Perry's voyages and things like that. And so I don't think that in the conflict between the Americans and the Japanese ultimately come out looking very well. Now, the Japanese regime, the pre-World War II and World War II era, was certainly a very aggressive, expansionist, imperialistic regime. It was also a very malevolent regime that, their crimes against humanity were legion. But the Americans always had this very aggressive stance towards Japan, and that was something that certainly was a major contributing factor to that war. There's still, even among many people who know nothing about the history of this, to say, well, the Americans were just minding their own business before World War II, and the Japanese attacked them, which is nonsense. This was a conflict that was planted generations earlier.
Yeah, and I think to end this, the warning that Robert E. Lee gave to Lord Acton should serve as a good stopping point. I consider it as the chief source of stability to our political system. whereas the consolidation of the states into one vast republic, sure to be aggressive abroad and despotic at home, will be the certain precursor of that ruin which has overwhelmed all of those that have preceded it. And as we see throughout World War I and World War II and the Cold War and now the current adventures in the Middle East, that Robert E. Lee's warning was exactly true. He saw exactly the trajectory of this new American empire and where it would lead. And we ignore his warning at our own risk. This is Todd Lewis, the Praise of Folly podcast, signing off.
All right, so what was he saying about Spain?
Which has largely been forgotten, but in many ways could be analogous to America's first Vietnam. Very interesting, when this supports Kennan's sort of secret cabal argument, is that
ambitions, and clearly economic ambitions were a big part of that. But it's also the fact that Spain symbolized the old world in so many ways. The fact that Spain had actually been one of the conquerors of the Western Hemisphere, along with the British and later the Americans, and that for a time Spain had been a rival in the Western Hemisphere, an imperial rival. And more than that, the fact that Spain represented this old world traditionalist Catholic culture. I think that a lot of Americans, that probably had a very powerful appeal, in the sense that, well, here we are, this enlightened.
All right, so that is the Spanish-American War, quintessentially speaking. It basically, America is forward-looking, progressive, liberal, advanced, and scientific and secular. Spain is ruled by a tyranny of these Catholic priests. It's backwards and peasant-like, and an old world modeled society, an authoritarian regime, that kind of stuff. Was one of the driving forces behind the Spanish-American War of 1898. Anyways, the Japanese basically wanted to have their own place in the sun. They wanted to be their own power and to be respected and treated equally with the other imperial powers and power holders of the age. And not to defend what Japan did in World War II, but the idea that America had minded its own business is just ludicrous. America had a presence in the Far East, even prior to the Second World War. And it was actually Commodore Matthew C. Perry who, on a diplomatic naval expedition under President Millard Fillmore in 1853, forced the shogun to open Japan. Literally forced the shogun, the Tokugawa shogunate, to open Japan. And he did that at the tip of a gun, the barrel of a gun and cannonball. He literally forced Japan to open up. And Japan wanted to be isolationist. And America, the United States, did not respect Japan's wishes to be left alone. Just kind of like the South. So, I'll talk more about the Meiji Restoration later on in another episode. So, we have the Jacobin, I guess you could say, the Jacobin takeover, if not a full Jacobin revolution. But, we have, quite have quite some things going on here, processes. The American Civil War was basically like its own Haitian Revolution. Like, the American Civil War was basically America's own Haitian Revolution in a very strange way. Like, a internal colonial revolt. An internalized colonial revolt. And it's very weird, it's very bizarre. About, like, our very own Haitian revolt or Haitian anti-colonialist revolution. Okay. Robert E. Lee's letter to Lord Carson. So, oh, Lord Acton. That's it. Yeah, Robert E. Lee was basically, Robert E. Lee was, he was related to some of the British landowners or, aristocrats of Great Britain. And he wrote a letter to Lord Acton, or Lord Acton, or something. I'm trying to find that letter. When was this? Yeah, it does look like that the British establishment and the Southern planters back then were quite open and receptive. Quite receptive to one another's ears, but okay, I'm not really seeing where the letter is at. But there is supposed to have been a letter Robert E. Lee wrote about the situation in the States to British Lord Acton. Yeah, I can't find it. So we'll just go ahead and quote it from him.
There's still, even among many people who know nothing about the history of this, to say, well, the Americans were just minding their own business before World War II, and the Japanese attacked them, which is nonsense. I mean, this was a conflict that was planted generations earlier.
Yeah, and I think to end this, the warning that Robert E. Lee gave to Lord Acton should serve as a good stopping point. I consider it as the chief source of stability to our political system, whereas the consolidation of the states into one vast republic, sure to be aggressive abroad and despotic at home.
Okay, so the consolidation of states into one vast republic, sure to be aggressive abroad and despotic at home,
will be the certain precursor of that ruin which has overwhelmed all
will be the certain precursor of that ruin which has overwhelmed
those that have preceded it.
All those that have preceded it.
And as we see throughout World War I and World War II and the Cold War and other current adventures in the Middle East, that Robert E. Lee's warning was exactly true. He saw exactly the trajectory of this new American empire and where it would lead. And we ignore his warning at our own risk. This is Todd Lewis, The Praise of Folly.
All right, so yeah, I think that quote is in Vatican Assassins by Eric John Phelps. Not that I agree with it. But I can't find that quote. Oh yeah, yesterday was Russian Victory Day or something like that.
Hello, this is your host, Todd Lewis of the Praise of Folly podcast. I'm joined again with Keith Band as it went down the barrel. So the gas, since at the
argument that says
of the war. One of the things that I've pointed out, and I think neo-Confederates have pointed out, given that the United States was born in a rebellion against England.
If we look at the American Revolution, what we and it is somewhat strange that the United States would be founded in on the basis of a revolution. Not only
wrote the part.
Okay, James Henry Thornwell. Here we go. Okay. James Henry Thornwell was an American Presbyterian preacher and religious writer from the U.S. state of South Carolina. Here we go. This is the Regulated Freedom quote. Yeah, I can't find it. But this is George Hindley Thornwell about regulated freedom. I'm just not finding it, so I'm just gonna go with this other quote. Okay, here we go. James Henry Thornwell was a Presbyterian preacher and religious writer born in South Carolina in 1812. He became prominent in the South and had a prominent role in establishing the Southern Presbyterian Church. He did not condemn slavery outright or any other way because he was an advocate of slavery. In 1850, he characterized the abolitionists in the conflict over slavery as atheist, socialists, communist, red Republicans, Jacobins, and characterized supporters of slavery as friends of order and regulated freedom. And then I'll try to find the Robert E. Lee quote. The Robert E. Lee quote. All right. Not interested in a thing. All right. This is by Robert E. Lee. the consolidation of the states into one vast empire, sure to be aggressive abroad and despotic at home, will be the certain precursor of ruin which has overshadowed all that preceded it. And on that note, I have been your host, Imperator of Forge. Next time... So next week, let's see here. So next week, if this is worth its salt, I'm going to review the Praise of Folly podcast interview number 4, Michael Cushman. If it's worth its salt. If it is not worth its salt, then I'm just going to go straight to American Foreign Policy number 4, which will be Open Door, Great Rapprochement, World War, and Revolution, 1898 until 1923. I am your host. Oh yeah, the comments section. So we have Sebastian Moran said, yes, it is true. He, the Warhammer, will be live in 16 minutes. Sebastian Moran says, the battle-hardened leader of the Forge gang is live. And, yeah. Sebastian Moran says, very sad news, Warhammer horrible. So, my mother has advanced stage cancer. I don't know if it's terminal or not yet. And then America has a new Pope, Leo the 14th. Sebastian Moran says, cannabis oil. And then Sebastian says, this is awful news. Sebastian Moran says, saddened by the news, but okay apart from that. So, Ghost of Cletus says, hard men, let's go! Sebastian Moran asks, was Alaska fought for the dollar? Was Alaska bought for $1 an acre? Would be great if I could buy an acre for $1. Yes, that's actually correct. Okay, Davy Crockett had 3 ears. He had his left ear, his right ear, and he had the wild frontier. Sebastian Moran says, go Warhammer, my sincere thoughts to you and your mom. God bless and salutations. Good night, sir. And then Milk Cow said, Forge Gang. I've been your host, Imperator of Forge. Have an awesome rest of your night. His right ear, and he Forge Gang! Sebastian Moran says, I am still a hard man. Stay!